So I think everyone can hear us. Our only problem is all the mics are on, which means it'll be. Oh. Mine is still on. Drew's is still on. As you can see, we're shorthanded a little bit because of the road closures from last night.
Is Chairman Perkins with us virtually? I don't see him up there. I just was wondering. Gotcha. Okay.
No. Oh, okay, can you hear me? Okay, that means you guys are going to be on your toes when we get this figured out. All right, with that,
Hello, hello.
We're on over here.
No, you.
No.
Mine is on and on. Hello. I'm on.
Representative Walters is on. It looks like Senator. Dave, is your mic on? Just tap it. Nope. Okay, we got all mics under control? Don, okay, before we, okay, roll call, please.
Here. Representative Larson. Here. Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Stitt.
Here.
Walters. Here. Senator Carew. Senator Hicks.
Here.
Here. Senator Steinmetz. Or Chairman Perkins.
He's excused.
Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. It was kind of an entertaining weekend for everybody who went out of town and came back to town. My good co-chair on the House side had a car breakdown for the second time in 10 days. And so we dropped off his car this morning about 7:30. So it's all fun and games. And we've got a few folks online who, because I-80 was closed and could not make it here, and will have to find their way here as time allows. With that, welcome everybody. Senator Hicks, good to see your smiling face. I hope you are fortunate in your endeavors. We want to see pictures. Okay. First up for today is Department of Education. Jillian, welcome. Dickie, welcome. You're going to join her up there or anytime, or just everyone jump up there. Dickie, it looks like your hair is a little bit longer than the last time I saw you. So looking good. Okay, Jillian, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. It's good to see everyone in person and virtually. Thank you for inviting our team to present. We'll be coming up at different times throughout the presentation. And I want to thank you also for the tireless hours that you have put in as JAC members. I appreciate your work as a committee, and also appreciate many of you who have reached out individually to Trent Carroll, our COO, to Dickie Shaner, our Chief of Staff, or to myself to just gain more insight and information about our budget, which at first glance seems quite complicated. I would also just like to introduce you to our team sitting back here. As they come up, they will introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about what their role is at the Department of Education. Some of them are new to this table and this task or responsibility of presenting to the Joint Appropriations. So just bear in mind that every day is a learning process for all of us, including myself. Over the past 18 months or so, our agency, along with other states, took part in a review with the National Education Comprehensive Center. And just last week, the Comprehensive Center recognized our state education agency, the Wyoming Department of Education, as the agency of the future. And there are two things that really set us apart as an agency from other states. First, we have very intentionally and successfully shifted our work to be as efficient and as informed as possible over the past 7 years under my tenure. Instead of a state bureaucracy that's focused on funneling grant money and compliance monitoring, the WDE, all of these folks behind me and everyone that they represent, shares a common goal of meeting our statutory, our constitutional, and our federal obligations. We have shared goals. We come into this position with competence and swift efficiency. Since my first budget presentation for the 17-18 biennium, Agency 206, which you'll be hearing about later this morning, has had a general fund reduction of 22%. A school foundation program reduction of 30%. And we've lost 18 positions to about 126 positions today. In Agency 205, which you'll also be hearing about today, we have experienced a 5.6% reduction in our school foundation program budget. This requires us doing more than doing more with less. It requires a sea change in the way that we approach our work, how we do it, and what we do. The second reason that we received recognition by our National Comprehensive Center for being an education agency of the future is our people. Again, they are behind me and they represent many others. And I want to finish my remarks today just by honoring them. Our staff is skilled and they are adept. And because of our small agency size, there is no one in our agency that has the same job. We are all uniquely leading Wyoming education. And while we hope that their pay becomes more closely aligned to our job competitors in the marketplace, we appreciate the culture that we have built at the Department of Education. Our staff members are highly competent in their subject matter, and they deliver top-notch customer service. And we intentionally partner with you all. We partner with those inside our agency. We partner with those across the state, including school districts and many others, to maximize every single dollar that you invest in education. So next, I would like to turn the presentation over to Chief of Staff Dickie Shaner. And of course, before that, I would stand for any questions that you might have for me.
Wonderful. Superintendent, thank you. Any introductory questions for the superintendent? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your reduced budgets. We understand that. And, and obviously we're kind of at all of the school agencies and 8 state agencies are kind of in a holding pattern based upon the governor's recs. And so we recognize that, and we're hoping that might facilitate the processes today because essentially we've gone through your budget 2 years ago. And so we want to go through every agency that are any changes and as normal, but we'll probably have more focus on your exception requests than normal. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that explanation. And again, thank you for your careful work in going through each agency budget, including ours.
All right, come on up. Dickie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members, Dickie Shaner and Jay Farrell with the Department of Education. The opportunity to be here today. Trent will proceed with going through the budget. Also, we'd like to ask that as we go through our units, there are 2 units in particular where we brought some experts.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Trent Carroll, Chief Operations Officer. And Mr. Chairman, I think we can take a minute here on page 6, the department budget summary table, just for a quick overview. Some foundational pieces here before we get started at the unit level. So just as a refresher for the committee, our agency 206 budget is almost entirely federal funds. You'll see the governor recommendation there on that last column is 412 million. 94% of that is federal funds. 4% approximately is general fund, and then 1% each of school foundation program and other funds. We do have 121 positions, currently have 6 vacancies. 4 of the 6 vacancies are federally funded positions. Of the 2 other positions, they are both general fund. We have an offer pending on one, and we hope to offer on the other position within the next week. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we can turn to page 16. This is our department exception request priority table. You'll see that we do have 11 exception requests in this budget. 99.8% of the dollar total, that 89.6 million, is federal funds. We do have a general fund request of $180,019, and most of that is our one-time funding for IT hardware and software requests. And then we also have a couple of position transfers and a general fund request of $50,000. And we'll cover each one of those in detail as we come to them in the unit summaries. So with that, unless there are any questions, we can turn to page 19. This is our first unit, State Board of Education.
Okay, page 19, please proceed.
Okay. State Board of Education unit consists of 1 AWAC position. That position serves as the board coordinator. There are 14 members on the state board, and the board has many statutory duties and responsibilities, including establishing policies for public education, approving student content and performance standards, accreditation of schools, statewide accountability and assessment systems, and leader and teacher performance evaluation systems. And Mr. Chairman, we do have 2 representatives from the state board joining on Zoom. If there are any questions for the board, they would be happy to answer those at this time.
Okay, wonderful. I see that our co-chairman Perkins has joined us. Any questions for any of the board members? Any questions? Seeing none, let's keep going.
Okay, thank you. The next unit is on page 24. This is our Finance Division unit. Finance Division manages the school foundation program and all WDE accounting and budgeting functions. We do have 1 exception request in this unit. This is the HR consolidation, transferring 1 position to A&I HRD. See, the governor has recommended approval of that transfer.
Questions on that? Oh. Go ahead.
With that HRD move or HR move, is that individual still physically located within your office? And then also, how has that transition affected your office? Is it going well, or have there been significant bumps and hurdles to get over?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, our HR position is still in our agency. Of course, the chain of command is now through HRD. So that's where all the reporting happens, but he's still in the same office and continuing to do great work for us. As far as the consolidation overall, we're working through that and
Okay. Further questions? Please proceed.
okay. The next unit is on page 28. This is our conferences and training unit. There are no positions in this unit. This unit is used to collect registration fees and sponsorship funds for WDE workshops, conferences, and training events. Governor has recommended approval of the standard budget. There are no
Good.
questions. We'll go to the next one, Unit 1104 on page 31. This is our Information Management Division unit, includes 14 full-time positions. This team is responsible for data collection, data processing and validation, statistical analysis, and various federal and state reporting requirements. We do have 2 exception requests in this unit. The first is priority number 2, and this is the transfer of 1 FTE position and $203,845 in general fund from ETS to the WDE. ETS presented a mirror request to this a few days ago, so I won't spend much time here. The governor recommended approval of this exception item. Priority number 3 is on the next page.
So I do have a question on this particular transfer. You have this in coded as 0292, as which typically is an ongoing expense. So the question, is this an ongoing or a one-time expense?
Mr. Chairman, this, the transfer of the position would be,
No, I'm
An ongoing
talking about
expense.
your software purchase.
okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So priority number 3 is our one-time hardware and software, $171,794. It is one-time funding for the biennium. $121,494 for software items. That includes Microsoft Windows, Office, Adobe, other licensing, security software. And then our IT hardware is $50,300, and that's for the replacement of 50 laptops.
So,
during the
so my
biennium.
understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Don, that means that the intangible software should be coded as 0242. Is that correct?
You're going to need to write a footnote indicating such because 292 carries forward into the next biennium.
That makes sense, Trent? Go ahead. Kevin?
40 and 242. On page 33, this is a one-time.
Yeah.
So there's no 292 here.
No, I see 240.
Right, that's one time as well. So you're correct, Mr. Chairman. If it's 292, we want to make sure that everybody understands that would be an ongoing. In this case, these are one time and then coded as such.
Okay. I see that. All right, please proceed. Please. Representative Schwartz.
I don't know if my mic is on, but so there's no reference here to working with ETS on this purchase. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, we do work with ETS for all of these items. There's a process that we follow where we submit a request list to ETS broken down by category and by item. They review each one, work with us, and they have approved that amount that's in our request.
Follow up,
Go ahead.
but it's not done as a bulk purchase through them.
Yeah.
Is my understanding.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, we purchase our own equipment, and in a lot of cases, we can get better pricing because of educational discounts than ETS can get with the statewide bulk pricing. So we work together to figure out which agency can get the best price. And but on most of this, we do place those orders.
Great, thank you.
So maybe you should start purchasing other state hardware for us. 'Cause it's all educational for us.
We'll go right ahead.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Next unit is on page 35. This is our state superintendent and leadership unit. Includes 8 full-time positions, including the state superintendent, deputy superintendent, 3 chief officers, and 3 administrative staff. Standard budget is just over 2.4 million, and the governor recommended approval as submitted. We do have an exception request here, priority number 4. This request includes $20,000 in the 200 series to cover projected costs for the state superintendent's assigned vehicle during the next biennium.
So I see the governor denied this request. Do you have any feedback on that denial?
Mr. Chairman, no feedback other than
Please.
to let you know that you feel free to disagree. The other 30,000 of that 50,000 is request in the 900 series. And Mr. Chairman, we have offset that $30,000 with a $30,607 decrease in unit 1327. We'll come to that a little bit later. This is general fund and the decrease is school foundation program funds. But we did try to identify a decrease to offset some of
Great,
this.
appreciate it. Please, go ahead.
So, Trent, back to page 36, I'm reading the last two lines. This request includes $20,000 in the 200 series to cover increased costs, including the monthly amount billed by motor vehicle management for the state superintendent's assigned vehicle. I take it from the narrative, it's a single vehicle. What's going on with a single vehicle costing $20,000 more? What am I missing?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski. So A&I Motor Vehicle Management Services bills us monthly for the permanent vehicle that is assigned to the state superintendent. The way this works is the amount that's billed each month includes a depreciation amount for the purchase of the next vehicle, and then also a portion for maintenance and fuel. And so based on the rate that's provided for the next biennium and an estimate of the number of miles that the superintendent travels, we project that we will need additional 20,000.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Chair.
just for specifics, what have they paid in the past and what do you project in terms of actual? I'm curious what the cost per mile is, how they calculate it. So what does that break
Yeah.
down to?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that it's 68 cents per mile. And I don't have a breakdown on that, but looking at the breakdown that I can see for other vehicles, I think it's about 20 cents for the fuel and maintenance. And then the assumption for the calculation was 34,000 roughly miles per year. And just as a comparison, this year, the superintendent's on track to travel about 36,000 miles in that vehicle. So
Yeah, I got her beat, so that's not much. Okay, please proceed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on that, I mean, looking at the standard budget, it was the permanently assigned vehicles were 26,640. So we got another 20 coming in, and is there more than one permanently assigned vehicle? And is the superintendent? I mean, obviously we want the superintendent traveling the state. That's a big part of her job. Are we really talking about almost doubling the amount of miles that the superintendent travels? Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Perkins, it is just one vehicle. And yeah, it's the calculation is basically taking 34,294 miles per year, which was the estimated mileage earlier in the year when we put this together, times the rate for the next biennium, 68 cents per mile. I have spoken with the manager, the motor pool manager, and the other, I guess, variable here that we haven't accounted for, but it may increase this number even further, is that when that next vehicle is purchased, that purchase price will likely increase. I mean, we've seen costs go up with inflation, obviously, and so that depreciation portion of the fee is likely to increase further. We didn't build that in because we don't know how much the vehicle will cost or when it'll be replaced. I know that there's a little bit of a delay right now in replacing vehicles that reach that life expectancy and mileage. Just there's a
Assuming
big
you have more
backlog,
than
and
vehicle.
yeah. So hope that answers your question, Senator.
Further questions? Okay, please proceed.
Okay. The next unit is on page 40. This is the National Center for Education Statistics. There are no positions in this unit. The NCES funding provides for travel and training costs associated with federal education data reporting. Standard budget is 16,000 in federal funds, and the governor recommended approval of the standard budget as submitted.
Okay. One moment, please. Representative Larson.
Help me just a little. I see some of those units where you where you don't have any administrative costs out of the unit, how do you do that? Because there's got to be, how do you allocate for those costs for that particular unit? I just trying to understand your process there a little bit.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, you are correct. We do have some units where we don't have any positions. And in most cases, the functions of that unit would be handled by other positions in other units. In this case, the one that I just reviewed, the entirety of the funding is really intended to support travel costs to an annual training in Washington, DC. And so in that sense, it's kind of all administrative funds. But you will see in some of the other units that we come to, job responsibilities are shared across programs, and that's usually how we handle that.
So then, and I get this, and it's just, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. So I understand this is just really designed to handle the travel part, but on some of those others, as I was looking at those yesterday, I wondered that because then it maybe doesn't really reflect all of the true cost to that unit.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, that is correct. And a few years ago, we really tried to consolidate, especially with our positions, where they were housed. And so even though you may see a position, a federally funded position, housed 100% in one unit, it may actually work on some of the other federal programs in that same work group. And we did that just for simplicity of our budget request, working with the budget department. We try not to split out across too many different programs. We do have a couple that you'll see in the request where it's like a 50-50 split. But we have, for example, 2 positions that we allocate funds across 10 different federal programs. And so that gets pretty messy in the position details to split it out that many ways. So we can do that through a process in the accounting system rather than in the budget.
Well, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, I do, and I'm not particularly, I'm not being critical, I'm just trying to understand it, and then you know, you can get so diluted on your personnel costs, but I guess more an observation and appreciate the answer.
Representative Schwartz.
Chair, so as follow-up to that, and Trent, you and I discussed this, but you have a lot of units, and some of them do seem to overlap and function. What's the conversation been about simplifying that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, you are correct. And we have been working in the direction of fewer units over the last few years. You might recall a couple of years ago, we were actually cautioned to maybe pump the brakes on some of our reorg because it does create some challenges to track budgets across time when unit numbers are changing. And so we, you know, I do have a longer term plan, and in the next budget request, I was actually going to mention this at the end today, but planning to bring a few more consolidation requests to reduce the number of units. We have several, and you'll see as we get to them, that are only a couple $1,000s, for example. Those could easily be combined into another unit in that division. And then some of our federal programs are very similar formula grants, and we can track those in our state accounting system now through revenue source codes and program codes. And we don't need to have them broken out at the unit level. So yeah, we do have a longer term plan to reduce the number, and you'll see that in the 25-26 request.
Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
All right, thank you. The next unit is 1203. This is on page 45. This is our communications unit. Communications team includes 3 full-time positions that support all internal and external communications for the WDE and the state superintendent. Standard budget request is just under $597,000, and the governor recommended approval as submitted. Next unit is on page 47. School safety and security. There are no positions in this unit, and this unit supports positive school climate grants to school districts to support efforts around anti-bullying and suicide prevention. Standard budget here is $62,800 in general fund and school foundation program funds. Governor recommended approval. Next is on page 49, Unit 1210. This is our After-School Alliance budget, and this program provides matching funds of $75,000 annually to the Wyoming After-School Alliance Initiative for their statewide network grant. This grant supports quality after-school programs focused on improving academic, social, and emotional outcomes for youth and their families. Governor recommended approval of the standard budget.
Okay. Seeing no questions, well, here's, I got one.
And I don't know who this is to, so I see who that this after school alliance. And I know that they have a presence in my county and Fremont County, but my question was that 75 grand a year, I think 150,000 for the biennium, is how much does that really get spread around the state? Or is it really more focused in 2 or 3 areas?
Mr. Chair, through you, Representative Larson, great question. That 75,000 that we put in as a state gets matched dollar for dollar by a private foundation, Mott Foundation, the Apple company. And so we, right out of the gate, we get that private funding match for this 75,000. And then I would say that it goes a long way with this organization. They were a long time. The director was out of Lander. Now it's Michelle Sullivan is the director of that, and they work across the state. If they're not in every county, they're probably pretty close to being in every county and school district, doing a litany of different after-school programs. So it's a.
So that's my other question. I see in some other agencies, we have kind of some similar type programs, children trust funds and things like that, where out of those limited funds, you've got to pay some salaries or whatnot. And I don't see those listed in this. Can you tell me how we pay that manager, that director in? And I'm just trying to get an idea of the total amount, how much we spend on salaries and how much goes to the actual program.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson. The money goes to the After School Alliance from the Department of Ed, and then they manage the salaries, and they have other funding streams, of course, than just this. So we don't have any influence over how they expend that 75,000 in terms of their salaries and benefits of their staff.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, from time to time, we see that need to get top heavy and I'm not implying that is happening here. Curious on the oversight to ensure that the end goal is being met. That makes sense.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, it does. And we have a program called 21 CCLC, which is a federal program, a staff person in your county as well. And so we work pretty closely with these after-school programs and with the Wyoming After School Alliance. And when I've engaged in that space, I haven't found there to be any sort of excessive administrative personnel or costs. It seems to be a pretty, grassroots type organization.
And then, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you brought that other program up because when we got to it, I was going to refer back to that. Do they align and work together?
They do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're talking about After School Alliance, not that it's necessarily in your budget, but just a general question about kind of coordination. There's a lot of after-school assistance that comes through the Department of Family Services, obviously. And one of the things that we're finding recently across the state is that some question of licensing being required of a number of community youth service agencies. So we have national ones like Boys and Girls Club, YMCA. We also have a number of community ones where communities have established various after-school programs. And anyway, the Department of Family Services has looked at licensing these things and has put some pressure on some of these groups to license, which actually probably threatens some of the existence and the provision of after-school care. I'm just wondering if your office, if the superintendent's office had any discussion about this, or has recognized the potential to lose substantial amounts of after-school care provided for students in Wyoming. Just wondered where you're at, if you've got any insight or discussions about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Co-Chairman Perkins, I have not heard that issue raised. And I know that our team does work pretty closely with DFS on certain things. So if it was becoming an issue, I would hope that I would have heard of it, but we could certainly follow up and find out if it is and let you know.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's I've been on a couple phone calls with the Director's Office of Department of Family Services, as well as the Wyoming After School Care Alliance and some other folks that certainly know about that. You might just check in with them. I don't know that it's how far along this is. I know we've talked, and the Department of Family Services is going to go back and look at this a little bit more carefully. But obviously, I think it's it's just something we need to keep an eye on. We don't want to increase the number of school-age children that don't have any after-school supervision in the state. So I just want to be careful as we tread down that path. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, please proceed. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The next unit is on page 51, unit 1213. This is the St. Stephen's Indian School. There are no positions in this unit. As required under statute, this unit provides annual funding to the Business Council of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho in alternating years to support the St. Stephen's Indian School on the Wind River Reservation. Standard budget is $3,050,000, and the governor recommended approval as submitted.
Please, Representative Schwartz.
It applies in a lot of places because I noticed this was general fund. And my immediate reaction was it would have been appropriate to be school foundation. But in general, when I look at your budget, I have a hard time seeing the methodology between general fund and school foundation monies. And I was just wondering if you could explain how you determine that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, so first, with regard to this unit, I believe that it was originally appropriated as general fund to support this school, and likely because of the funding flow through the Business Council. As far as the mix of general fund and federal fund or school foundation program funds throughout our budget, that it really goes back to different appropriations at different times across the decades, and the funding source that was identified by the legislature at the time those appropriations were made. We do try to create some consistencies as we're able. You might recall that last session, I submitted a plan to align some funding streams. So yeah, we are aware of that, and we do try to align things as much as possible.
Thank you. So fundamentally, it's our fault.
Which means we can fix it. Okay. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of questions on this, and two, I have in my mind that the Bureau of Indian Education increased some of their funding to St. Stephen's. Was it last year or the year before? And so percentage-wise, did we see a decrease requirement from the federal funds, or was that offset just by the increase of our funding model? So maybe that be the first question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we have seen a little bit of a decrease in the state appropriation. We did reduce some funds here in the step 2 and 3 reduction plan last session. And the BAE has provided more funds. And so the way the formula works, that has allowed us to step down. But it's also a product of the calculation where we look at the other school districts there in Fremont County. So it's a lot of moving parts.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming you base that against 38, or do you take the three that are out there and take an average of those 3 or 4 that are there?
Yeah,
Question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, it is an average of Fremont 14, 21, and 38.
Okay. And then my other question is, I've always been a little stumped in trying to understand why the funding goes, the 2 tribes rotate, the 2 business councils rotate annually on who has oversight of that funding model to the schools. And I've always been curious, is trying to understand why we put that funding into one, whichever tribe's over that year, instead of just having the distribution go to the school district. Is there a statutory problem there that requires that? And a subpart of this question then is, do we get a report back from the respective tribe annually validating that those funds when and that they were distributed?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, so we do, I'll answer the last question first. We do have an agreement with St. Stephen's as part of the distribution of these funds, where we require data, other milestones to be met throughout the year, and these funds are distributed in multiple iterations. They don't get the entire amount upfront. As those milestones are met, they receive the next portion of the grant. With regard to why the funding goes through the business council, I believe that's a requirement in statute, and I don't know why or if that's necessary, but I mean, it is in statute, I believe, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, could we just ask, it just seems like an unnecessary step. And if that, could we, I don't know who your smart person, your guru over that is, but if we could find that out, and if that's something that we need to change, maybe we can do that down the road. It just seems like we.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Matt Wilmarth, LSO. There is a 2006 AG's opinion on the mechanism and the way that these funds are distributed to the tribal councils, and also why it's general fund and not school foundation program. We can certainly provide you that opinion that provides the background as to why the mechanism is set up the way it is.
Thank you, Matt.
Well, and a follow-up with that, Matt, then has this been an issue that the education committee has looked at and tried to wrestle with?
Mr. Chairman, the Education Committee has not really dealt with this issue since the early 2000s. There is a report that is annually submitted by the Department of Education to the committee on the distribution of those funds and the report back from the BIA, but to that extent, they have not addressed this issue in any manner on trying to distribute those funds directly to this to schools.
So, Mr. Chairman, so Dickie, could I just ask you to share that report with the Select Committee on Tribal Relations? We, on an annual basis, and maybe we can just kind of track and follow that. And Matt will maybe try that avenue there a little bit to.
Mr. Chair, through you, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any further questions on that? Please proceed. Oh, go ahead, Kevin.
If you look at page 52, you notice the base budget was $3,187,500. And then the standard budget was $3,050,000. That was due to step 3. So we have an educational program that became a target of the general fund reduction because it's generally funded. That should be taken under consideration for the future. In particular, because there's a LISRA backup to the school foundation program. We'll be talking to another agency this week where there's a recommendation to do something similar to that, move it to the school foundation program, because these get embroiled into things I don't believe the intent really is to do.
Great observation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Please.
Thank you. How many students are at St. Stephen's? Do we know?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, we can get that for you in
Thanks.
about 30 seconds. About 200 students.
Thank you.
Just want you to know that's my alma mater.
An eagle, an eagle.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. The next unit is on page 53, Unit 1225, State System of Support. This unit includes one full-time position. Statewide system of support is designed to support schools at all levels by matching programs and resources that will assist with the implementation of effective practices to improve student performance. Standard budget is $1,091,007. Governor recommended approval.
Okay, no questions, please proceed.
Next is on page 55, Unit 1226, Teacher of the Year. This unit provides $3,500 each year to the Wyoming Teacher of the Year and $350 to the top 2 finalists. Standard budget is $13,456.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
thank you. Mr. Chairman, a question for Kevin. Just kind of letting what he talked about just a minute ago absorb a little bit, that back on St. Stevens, but just as a general proposition, that because it was funded with general fund, it was subject to some of the step reductions last year. And I think the implication then is, first question would be that if it had been a school foundation program, it would not have been subject to those step reductions. That's question one. And question two is that it seems to me that we had to, general fund had to augment school foundation program funds last year. And with the deficit, that may continue for a little bit of while with the structural deficit we have in school education. And I'm just wondering, was there just wanted to confirm that there were no step reductions to school foundation program, even on the portions, the very small portions, the portions that were funded with general fund directly to replace insufficient school foundation program money last year.
Not target special revenue for reductions. It was the general fund that was the target, and we disseminated that predicated on the general funds that were in the agencies. So the agencies then would have, were required to put in recommendations. Some were accepted, some were rejected, but they were required to put in recommendations for any general funds that were in their budget for possible reduction. And then I believe the second question is yes, the LISRA right now has a presumptive transfer to the school foundation program for basically the amount of money that is short to fund the school foundation program model. Even those school foundation dollars that might be in ETS, et cetera, those are also considered. However, if you took a reduction in this fiscal profile of that $3 million, it would go into the LISRA. Last number was $473 million. And then that would just increase the transfer or the school foundation program. It would be a zero-sum game in the net to the automatic transfer from the LISRA. Now, I would caution that if we get into a situation like we did this last in 2020, when the general fund is so in such dire straits, you have to remember that there might not be that kind of LISRA feed or the amount of money that's going into the LISRA to support the structural deficits. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah. So Kevin, do we have a breakdown of, for example, through on all school side, 206 and 205, how much, how many situations are like this and how much we've transferred from step threes that were unimpacted or maybe impacted through the LISRA and through the general fund?
Mr. Chairman, we'll get that for you. And Wednesdays, I think the Department of Health, we have a conversation. There'll be one in there during that conversation, but we'd be happy to provide you those relationships. And we'll work with the Department of Ed as well to see that you have that list.
I think it'd be useful for us to have it, to understand it. So for some
I think
of us.
so too.
Okay. All right, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. The next unit is on page 57. Unit 1227, State Standards. This unit has 3 full-time positions that support the State Board of Education in reviewing the Wyoming content and performance standards. This program also provides professional development and access to resources that are designed to assist school districts with the implementation of the state standards. Standard budget is just under $969,000 in school foundation program funds. The governor recommends approval of the standard budget.
Okay, seeing no questions, please proceed.
Okay, the next unit is on page 62, Unit 1229, Hathaway Scholarship Program. This unit has 2 full-time positions, and they support all program components outlined in statute, including the Hathaway Scholarship Program Success Curriculum, the 8th grade unit of.
Trent, before you go on, I'm
Yep.
just curious on page 61, on district
Okay.
assessment systems, where basically that is line itemed out. And so my question is, obviously this probably pops up someplace else, I presume. But in terms of what your statutory obligations are on regarding standards and assessments after, when this funding is removed, what takes over or how does it play out?
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. Unit 1228 District Assessment System was zeroed out following the School Foundation Program cuts from the last session. You might recall that we had brought, as Director Hibbard said, general fund reductions in step 2 and 3. And then we were also required to reduce 15% in School Foundation Program funds in Division 1200, 1300, and then in several of our divisions in Agency 205. And so this was one area where we were able to apply those cuts. The responsibilities and requirements will be covered by our school improvement and accountability team. We're going to come to that one here in a minute under Unit 1231. But we really felt like we already had a way to address those needs. And so that was the best way to implement those cuts.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Carroll, back on page 55 for Teacher of the Year, I noted it states there is a selection process whereby each school in the district nominates a teacher to participate in a district-wide selection process. My question is sort of a policy question rather than a budget question, so I understand the facts. We have a system whereby we measure the academic achievement of schools on average year over year, but it's my understanding that we don't currently attempt to measure the value-added academic achievement by individual specific teachers. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Stitt, that's correct.
And as a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, does the Wyoming Department of Education have all of the information that it would need if it wanted to conduct that kind of value-added assessment by individual teacher? Does the Wyoming Department of Education already have all of the data that it would need to conduct such an analysis, or would you need additional or different data?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Stitt, I do not believe we have the ability to make that calculation with existing data.
Okay. Further questions, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just wrapping up the Hathaway Scholarship Program, Unit 1229 on page 62. Standard budget is $533,579 School Foundation Program funds. Governor recommended approval as submitted. Next unit is 1230 on page 65, private school licensing. This unit includes 1 full-time position. This program is responsible for monitoring and oversight accreditation requirements for post-secondary degree programs operating in Wyoming. This program also processes applications for private schools and charter schools. Standard budget is $232,571. Next unit is on page 67, Unit 1231, School Improvement and Accountability. This unit includes 8 full-time positions. They manage the accreditation of all districts and schools in the state. These funds also support school improvement activities, including the annual review of school improvement plans and visits to districts and schools as necessary to provide technical assistance on accountability, assessment, data analysis, and interventions for at-risk students.
Please, Representative Schwartz.
If we could go back to the Hathaway for a second. I'm just curious if there have been conversations, because when I look at the balance in the reserve account, it appears it's more than adequately funded. And I'm wondering if there's been thoughts to statutory changes to make better use of the revenue that's being generated.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Schwartz, the Hathaway Scholarship Program seems to be under consideration every session in one way or another. And, the State Treasurer's Office through the State Loan and Investment Board also looks at those funds and the actuarial viability of them over time. And so I think the short answer is yes, that is always being analyzed. Specifically to your question, I'm not familiar if in recent months they've discussed that specific issue, but certainly it could be.
Matt, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, just to make everybody aware on this committee, the Joint Education Interim Committees has a bill to be introduced during the session that modifies the Hathaway Scholarship Program. One of those amendments is to the Hathaway Reserve Account and Expenditure Account. Currently, the full investment earnings are utilized to pay for the scholarships. So if the question is to utilize a portion of that investment income to pay for positions under this budget, that could possibly be an avenue for Representative Schwartz's question or answer to his question.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you would like us to have Representative Harshman call in, explain the bill, he'd be happy to.
I assumed he had an idea.
Okay. please
Mr.
proceed.
Chairman.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might be more for Dickey, but in thinking about the school improvement and accountability and then the statewide system of support, do we have evidence to show that with both of these areas, we're actually helping underperforming schools to bring up their level of performance?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Kinner, yes. Several years ago, pre-COVID, before we put a stop on a lot of these measurements, we did see an improvement in moving schools out of the bottom two, so there's the four rankings, not meeting expectations, partially meeting, and exceeding. Those, the quartiles of not meeting and partially meeting, we saw some progress on those schools moving out of those criteria and up into better ratings. And of course, it's very difficult to take credit for a lot of that as a state education agency. That's district work and school level work. However, that state system of support has been a very deliberate effort on our part to help those schools by going in and doing data retreats and helping them implement the professional learning communities and really just best practices on how to use their student data and how to increase performance. So I'd like to think we've had an impact on helping those schools, and we continue to adapt that program to better meet the needs of schools. So I've found it, at least from both that data that I mentioned and just anecdotally, I think it's been a successful program.
Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed.
Okay, thank you. Next unit is.
One second, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think some of those challenges that we wrestle with in my county.
Would have to go in, Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, and look at each, from the 16-17 school year and just how, but I'm sure there's been a school in Fremont County that's been a part of our state system of support that's seen some improvement in some data metric, because you're right, that team spends a lot of time in Fremont County. Definitely.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Next unit is on page 71, unit 1232. This is the DeVos Scholarship Program. The Peter G. DeVos Memorial Scholarship Fund provides a $500 college scholarship for Wyoming first-generation American youth. Has to be used at a Wyoming community college or at the University of Wyoming. And Mr. Chairman, this is a unit that we would propose for consolidation in the next request. Governor's recommended approval of the $1,000 in the standard budget. Next is on page 74, unit 1251, the National Assessment of Educational Progress. The National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, provides funds for a contract that we have. It's a full-time state coordinator who serves as the liaison between the WDE and the NCES. The NAEP assessments are also known as the nation's report card. They provide performance results against rigorous standards for students in grades 4, 8, and 12 in various subjects, including reading, math, science, and writing. Standard budget is just under $326,000 in federal funds. Next unit is on page 76, unit 1252. This one is also federal funds, assessment and related activity. There are 8 full-time positions in this unit. This program supports the statewide assessment in ELA and math in grades 3 through 10, science in grades 4, 8, and 10, as well as the alternate assessment for students with significant cognitive disabilities. There is one exception request in this unit, priority number 11 on page 77. This is a transfer of 2 positions that have been transferred, that are being transferred across divisions from the 1300 division into the 1200 division. These were vacant positions, and we had a need for them in this unit. They will support the assessment and related activity unit with the statewide assessment system work.
Those are all federal funds, is that right?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, questions? Please proceed.
Okay, the next unit is on page 82, unit 1253, Gear Up. There's 1 AWAC position. Gear Up is a discretionary grant program that we received from the University of Wyoming. It's designed to increase the number of low-income students who are prepared to enter and succeed in post-secondary education. Standard budget is $194,863, and the governor recommended approval as submitted.
Please. Representative Schwartz.
How many students are being served by that program?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, we will get that information for you.
Any further questions? Representative Larson.
I'm just going through my notes from yesterday, and I think I'll pass. I think I've got it in the wrong unit, so I'll have to, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Trent.
Okay, thank you. Next unit is on page 84, unit 1257, 21st Century Community Learning Centers. There's 1 full-time position that manages this program. 21 CCLC is authorized under Title IV Part B of the Every Student Succeeds Act. Purpose of this program is to create community learning centers that provide academic enrichment opportunities for children in core academic subjects and to offer literacy and other educational services to the families of the participating children.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, we do have an answer to Representative Schwartz's question on that last unit. There are, Gear Up Wyoming served 300 graduating seniors in school year 18-19, and 166 matriculated to college.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, the next unit is on page 87, unit 1259. This is a new unit for the 23-24 biennium. We received 2 5-year grants under Project Aware, which is offered through the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or SAMHSA. This program increases our capacity in providing mental health services to school-age youth. And we will partner with 3 LEAs and 2 behavioral health partners to deliver care to students through telehealth. You'll see exception priority number 6 on page 88. Transfers one position from unit 1352 and establishes a budget of $7,181,696 for the biennium.
Similar.
Thank you. Vicki, this may be to you on that section, that SAMHSA stuff there. Which were the which 3 LEAs, which districts did we select? Why were they selected? And then who are the providers, the mental health providers that were selected, or where are they located? Just trying to understand the process of selection and why.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, Kari Akins is going to pull up those 3 districts. Okay. Mr. Chairman, if it's all right, Dr. Laurel Ballard can speak to that.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Laurel Ballard from the Department of Education. Team, thanks. My team oversees the SAMHSA grants. We have 2 grants at this point. So our first grant, we work with the school district in Powell, so Park number 1. We also work with the school district in Lander, so Fremont number 1, and the district in Gillette, so Campbell number 1 for the first one. We work with the mental health providers in each of their in their communities. So we have Heritage Health, I believe, in Powell. We work with Kids Clinic, I believe, in Campbell, and I'm drawing a blank for who it is in Lander. So those are the 3 that we have there. We have a second grant that we recently received last August. We have another 3 school districts. So we have one in Uinta 1, one in Sweetwater number 1. So Uinta 1 is Evanston. Sweetwater 1 is Rock Springs, and then Carbon 1 in Rollins. And this grant is a little bit different. We're using a telehealth model in these 2. And so we are working with Central Wyoming Counseling Center and Wyoming Behavioral Institute.
And so on Mr. Chairman, on your first ones, on those, were those just local providers, or were they required to be community mental health centers?
They are local providers for the first 3 grants.
And so was that selected, Mr. Chairman, was that selected on an RFP, or did we, how was it determined? Who had the opportunity to apply for that?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if you're asking about the school districts or the providers themselves. They worked with providers that were already working in partnership with the school district on other projects, I believe.
So then a follow-up, Mr. Question, when we have these new type of grants and stuff come in there, do you consider putting that out to bid to make sure that others have the opportunities in the communities, other providers to provide these services as well?
Mr. Chairman, for these grants, we really don't have that opportunity. We have to name the school districts and who the mental health providers are going to be, so that it goes through that process. And there's not enough time to do an RFP and write the grant ahead of that piece. It's a requirement of the grant that we have to name which 3 school districts and who their partners are going, who their mental health providers will be.
So, Mr. Chairman, is there no opportunity, as you're contemplating the grant, that you reach out to the school districts and ask them to maybe inquire within their communities what other providers perhaps would want to participate in the grant with them?
Mr. Chairman, certainly we could. I mean, we don't really define it for the school district. We haven't defined who those partners should be for the school districts, other than the telehealth, which it's a wholly different beast in and of itself. But we could certainly work with them to do that in the future if we receive more grants.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the process, but I would just share with you that as we've worked in other agencies, sometimes we get feedback from our constituents and from our colleagues as well on making sure that these processes are pretty transparent and that we're using an RFP system and not sole sourcing these types of things out. So when we have a new grant, a new program such as this that comes down the pipe, we have other providers that perhaps may be interested in providing those services. And I just think that it's in the best interest of transparency and overall participation of those providers in our state to maybe expand that opportunity a little bit. Would you agree?
Mr. Chairman, I do agree, but I will say the turnaround on these grants sometimes doesn't enable that, right? Like the last grant that we did was a 2-week turnaround from the time we were told we could apply to the time we had to have the grant in. So sometimes it just doesn't allow for that, but certainly where it does, we absolutely should be doing that.
Thank you.
So, and just to follow up on that, what is the process to ensure that the grant dollars are being spent that we're supposed to be spent, and how they're allocated, and whose responsibility is that? Do the school district report to you? Do they have some type of a federal entity they have to report to ensure they're in compliance with the directives of the grant?
Mr. Chairman, we have a state coordinator that works with the school districts. The school districts have, this grant pays for school districts to also have a point of contact that is responsible for it. We work constantly with the school districts going through and validating and making sure that and they usually ask on the front end rather than the back end to make sure that the money is spent appropriately. We also work with SAMHSA. So anytime we need to make changes to the budget and those kinds of things, and we report our finances and all of that to SAMHSA as well on a regular basis.
And so these are 2 5-year grants. And so if for some reason those grants aren't, if there's better opportunities or other providers out there, it would seem to me there would be a possibility over the next 4 years that the district would be able to reassess how and where they're funding those other 4 years. Would that be fair?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I mean, it's a pretty well-defined budget that they have to follow as they're going through that.
Okay, any further questions? All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, go ahead.
thank you. Just following up on that last thought, Mr. Chairman, be interested, so I think you started to touch on it, just to specifically, what kind of metrics are we using in these aware grant programs? If we establish a metric to determine both either the quality of service or the number of kids that are being served, or what kind of improvement, or you know, how again, it goes back to, I think, the last question, which was, how do we make, I mean, these grants are important, and certainly mental health, particularly over the last couple of years, seems to be an increasing need among everyone, including students. So I'm just wondering about what kind of metrics we're using to make sure that we're getting the quality of service and we're getting these services delivered where they're needed.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have several objectives in the grant that we're required to meet. So we are tracking those metrics. We also track how many, which a part of that is how many students are being served. This grant, what it does is it provides mental health services for students in schools, and it really ends up focusing on mostly a lot of the students that end up going through it that can't be served by other programs and things like that are students that do not have health insurance or have limited health insurance. So we measure that. We also are measuring, we have pieces that go with this that, for instance, we have some kids that may qualify for Medicaid or some of these other social services that they don't have access to at the moment. And so the grant also works on connecting those. And so we track those kind of measures. We also are tracking measures and working through some of the pieces around like suicide prevention and other kind of behavioral health, pieces that we work with.
Any follow-up on that?
So I think that, I get it. There's metrics. I think we'd like, if we could, I'd like to see, just to the extent that those, I know that some of these are, I don't know how long that these grants have been, these 2 particular grants have been in effect. I don't know if there have been these types of grants previously awarded, but would be interested in seeing what those metrics are and what the numbers are to back up those metrics. I think that would be helpful to us. Obviously, it's important, and I think we're just beginning to see the tip of the iceberg of what the effect of the last couple of years have had on students across the country, and in particular in Wyoming. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd just really like to see what some of those are, so we can follow up in the future on some of these questions as these services delivered, and see what we're accomplishing as a state. So I appreciate the help. I appreciate these grants. And we just want to make sure that they're effective and are doing what they're intended to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. So if I may follow up on Chairman Perkins' comments, my question to you is these grants are provided to try and lay out and help us determine what we need to have in place to help students who may be having this range of issues, and to help teachers identify or recognize that. Is that fair understanding?
Mr. Chairman, that is absolutely a fair understanding. I do want to say too, in response to the other question that we had, we do have an external evaluator on these grants. And so the external evaluator is also looking at the effectiveness of these programs and changes that we need to make and some of those kinds of things as we go along.
Well, and so Mr. Chairman, kind of the direction I think we're going is it helps us if we kind of see this, because as we look out there, we're seeing there may be a change in budgetary change in the future as we identify this. Is this something that we now need to account for budgetarily? And so this information will really help us to identify, is this something that we bring internally and within the school districts? Do we take advantage of telehealth? Do we use the local providers to provide those services? And if we do that, how do we make sure that we've got adequate service, or that we're using the funding properly? So if you can kind of keep us abreast of those things you're finding out, please, that would, I think, help this committee be prepared as you come before us in the future to have an educated discussion on the matter.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
happy to do that. I will say we've tried to set this up in such a way that after 5 years, it should be a self-sustaining program. So if we can figure out how to do that and figure out how to move that beyond just the 6 districts that we have, that would be pretty amazing.
Well, yeah, and what's the definition of self-sustaining? That means, where does the money come from?
So we have set it up so that there's a lot of money that's going in now to build up like the funds needed to be able to sustain once you move forward. And then we work with the mental health providers, work with the insurance company. So there's money that's recouped from insurance from students that do have insurance and things like that, that the health insurance providers receive. And so the goal is that you would have a large enough pot so that once you get paid for the provider, so that when you continue forward, those insurance funds could replace what they're using and the like, to make it self-sustaining in the long run.
We like pots.
Mr. Chairman, I need help with that a little bit, if you could. So I'm seeing a 5-year grant two 5-year grants for about 6 districts. And so are you saying that this will be ongoing for them? Help me understand better what you just said, because you're receiving this grant funding to provide this. Are you also collecting other sources of funds?
So, Mr. Chairman, the department is not. We have set it up so that the grant funds itself pay for part of for the state's portion of the grant, the pieces that we're responsible for. It also pays the school district for their portion, which in return also has a piece in there for the mental health provider. With any student that is a part of the grant, that is being served through this grant, they pay no additional funds. So if I have a student that has no health insurance, then the grant will pay for the entire amount of the award. The other, if a student that is being served does have health insurance, then the grant itself then covers the cost of either the copay or whatever that is, and then the insurance pays the provider for the remaining funds that are due.
And you keep track of that, Mr. Chairman, you keep track of that and what you anticipate you would have paid out of the grant had they not have insurance
Mr.
is
Chairman, yes, we would
rattled in
know
the
that.
pot?
Mr. Chairman, we would know that.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Next unit is on page 92, Unit 1261, Comprehensive Literacy State Development. This is another 5-year grant, new funds, federal funds that we've received through the B11 process. They will continue across the 23-24 biennium, and so we've included them in our budget. You'll see on page 93, we do have priority number 7, which transfers 2 positions from Unit 1357. They were both vacant. And the total amount of funding for the 2 years is 17.3 million. Governor has recommended approval of the exception as submitted.
So Trent, how far along in the process are we with this funding in terms of setting up the programs and allocating funds, and how do you coordinate this through every county, every school district to maximize the equity component of it, plus the administration of it?
Mr. Chairman, I can give you a little bit of information there. So we have filled the 2 positions at our level that'll be engaging in this work. I know that we have been working with multiple school districts. I believe we've already issued some funds to several school districts. I don't know how many off the top, but I know that work is well underway for the last few months. Is there anything you want to add?
Sure. Thank you, Trent. Mr. Chairman. So this grant was a competitive grant that we actually pursued and competed with other states and were fortunate enough to receive. So we were pretty excited. And our academic group is leading this. So far in year 1, there's been 6.6 million allocated. We've got Bighorn 1, Carbon 1, Fremont 1, Hot Springs 1, Platte 2, Uinta 1, and Weston 1 are the mini grant recipients that I have record of in year 1. So I'm sure it will get spread to other districts as the years progress.
So what's your reporting requirement for where these funds go to? You report to the Department of Education, or the Education Committee, and are they following this in terms of how it's going to be distributed and what your process is to allocate it across the 5 years to get a complete spectrum of the state? Or
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, certainly we have reporting requirements to the feds that are managing the grant. And then we've talked about early literacy comprehensively in just about every joint education committee over the last couple of years. And this is a big piece of that and will continue to be a bigger piece of that as this grant progresses.
well, so my question is going back to what Representative Larson talked about earlier. At the end of this 5-year period, what is the overall goal where we will be? And will there be some effort for self-sustaining the work that's being done through the various school districts and communities? And how are you developing that long-term plan? Or are you?
Mr. Chairman, yes, and that would have been a part of the grant application, explaining how we're going to get to the struggling schools and how we're going to get it out to all the schools. So that's certainly part of the overall plan with 5 years, is to touch and get as big of an impact as we can out of that funding, and certainly try to create synergies with the state funded efforts that we have underway as well.
So then to follow up on Co-Chairman Perkins' question, is there any are you instituting any system of metrics of measuring what you do to determine if what you're doing has real impacts?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yes, we try to do that with every program that we have, is looking at what ultimately are the outcomes that we're affecting. So, with literacy, perhaps the most important and talked about is third grade reading proficiency. And that's a key metric universally that everybody looks at. So hopefully one of the things we can point to at the end of this 5-year grant is third grade reading proficiency. And then there are other sort of input and output metrics like how many schools or how many English language arts teachers are going through certain practices that are known to improve instruction, known to improve student performance. Those types of measurements are done as well, in addition to ultimately the student outcome, which is the most important.
Further questions? Representative Larson.
So Dickie, as we go down through the next few units, I'm going to have some similar questions and, just try to get ahead. My first one on this grant also has a new component, which is for children from birth through grade 12. And so on that 0 to 3 or 0 to 5, which normally be your 611 and 619 population on that, is that who you're focusing that to? How are you breaking out that pre-K part, that birth up to age 5? Where's that going to, is my first question.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, I don't know exactly what the allocation would be for that, those, what they're calling the pre-literacy development skills, and how that would be allocated to CDCs or other preschools or other school districts that have the early literacy or pre-K type programs. But it is a part of the grant. And so I'm sure that that entire space will be engaged in some fashion, but I don't have specifically what the plan is for that age group.
And then, as it said, it places an emphasis on serving disadvantaged children, including children living in poverty. And so as we look around the state, I think that most of us would agree that that area that serves the largest population of disadvantaged and children living in poverty would be on the Winter Reservation, but none of the grants went there. And I'm a little surprised that if that's really the focus, that we didn't try to somehow start in where we've really been dealing with that in literacy and all of those exist there. Did the districts apply for this, or did you guys reach out and try to identify? So I'm just trying to understand why that absence is there.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, I don't know if it is an absence. I think perhaps what would be most helpful is if we do what we'll do with that SAMHSA grant, which is follow up with an explanation of like a summary of the plan for this 5 years. Who are we hitting and why and at what time? Because I'm certain there will be significant work in Fremont County with this grant. I think Fremont 1 was the only one I mentioned in this year 1, but I'm certain there will be more in Fremont County.
Well, and Mr. Chairman and Dickie, I appreciate that, but really the school districts that, 25, 21, 14, 25 handles more of those students than anybody. And really, if we're trying to take the SAMHSA grant and focus on those that are most disadvantaged, it's interesting to me that the most obvious to develop the path forward was not, you understand what I'm saying. And so I'm just, I guess I'd come back again and ask, how were the districts selected?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, we will follow up with that methodology.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinsky.
Co-chair.
Representative Schwartz.
I need to display my ignorance. Clearly, early literacy and literacy in general is not a new topic. So where were the efforts housed before, and how are we coordinating with pre-existing programs to do fundamentally similar activities?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Schwartz, great question. And we did already have a lot of early literacy work going even before we were awarded this grant. And this grant administration and the staff that will be working on it exists within our academic group, which is where the majority of the other early literacy efforts and our early pre-K efforts all exist within that group. So they're all, in terms of the org chart, grouped together and really try to work together on really a daily basis on all the different things they're doing.
So give us a little bigger picture of this grant dollars. You said there was a certain amount of grants made available from the federal government. You applied for it and received this. How much was there out there, and how much time did you have to apply for them? I'm just curious about the process.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what the time frame was. Our chief academic officer pursued this grant, being sort of our early literacy expert, and the effort that we had been placing with the bill we passed, I believe was 2018 on K-3 literacy and really updating our state statutes. And so this came across, with all grants, you get wind of it one way or another that this is available, and you decide if it's worth going after based on the existing work that you have. And that was the case here. And so they pursued this and won it. And I think it's very synergistic with the state level work we already had in K-3 literacy.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And this may be a question for Kevin or Don. Wondering how this grant, if it affects and how it affects the maintenance of effort, maintenance of equity issues that we're finding ourselves in over the next couple of years.
If anyone knows that answer, Don?
I believe the department on the bottom of page 93 has indicated that this is not anticipate a maintenance of effort or equity issue for the state. These are separate from the CARES and ARP Act requirements.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. So, Mr. Shaner, just correct my understanding if it's incorrect, is this is a 5-year grant. And then in the conversation we had, you said from this grant that you'll be able to determine how to spread this effort to other districts. From that comment, I would conclude that the grant would extend past the 5 years, or you take the work learned from the grant and do it in the budget that you already have. Help me understand that. I was kind of making the assumption that then there would be other monies available to move this forward. Tell me what I missed.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson. So in this year one, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 districts that have received combined 6.6 million. And so I will get the plan, but for year 2, year 3, year 4, and year 5, there will be an additional 39 million sent out to districts. And I'm sure it'll be metered out in similar fashion over the course of that 5 years. I don't believe so. Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, I would hope that kind of like what Dr. Ballard was saying, anytime you get an infusion of money like this, the hope is that you create sustainable performance even after the federal money is gone. And so we would hope that we change cultures and practices at districts to enhance performance even after the 5-year period.
I think we had a few agencies that had that same concept. Let's see. Okay. Any further questions? All right, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we're ready to jump into the Division 1300 units. First one is Unit 1302 on page 98. This is outreach for the deaf and hard of hearing. This unit includes 2 full-time positions that support local education agencies, developmental preschools, post-secondary institutions, and other educational agencies by providing technical assistance to service providers of Wyoming persons who are deaf or hard of hearing. Governor has recommended approval of the standard budget of $459,939. Next unit is on page 100, Unit 1303. This is our Vision Outreach Services Unit, includes 4 full-time and 2 part-time positions. The VOS team provides services to people of all ages in Wyoming who are blind or have visual impairment. Standard budget requests of 1.3 million. Next unit is on page 103.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, does this Vision Outreach Service, and it's, as I understand it, Trend is not just for students, but includes adults and others. Does this provide eyeglasses as well as part of that component?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, you are correct. This program does support children and adults. And yes, I believe that equipment can be provided, magnifiers, things of that nature. We also have our Talking Books program in this unit. You might recall some conversation about that from the last session.
So, follow, Mr. Chairman. So then, do you know, is this effort coordinated with a similar effort in the Department of Health, where we provide vision and dental care to those people who are on Medicaid or have that ability? But is there some coordination, or those? Is there a silo between that? I think there could be some benefit if there's not. It sounds like similar programs, you know?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I do not know, but we could look into that and find out.
And just note down Unit 470 in healthcare financing. There's a kind of a program that we've used over the years that Medicaid provides those services. Just looking for efficiencies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I would add that I know for sure that we coordinate with the Department of Workforce Services and some similar programming that they have. But I will inquire about the Department of Health and that program you described.
Well, yeah, probably even more important to that is, are these the same recipients? And and how does that work and how does it interact so that we can maximize both the folks in need versus limited funds and resources, and take it as far as we can take it. All right, please proceed.
Okay. Next unit is on page 103, unit 1316. This is school support and early intervention. And you'll see we have priority number 5 on page 104, which is transfer of the Head Start collaboration program from the Department of Workforce Services. And the Head Start program is designed to assist Head Start agencies and entities involved in state and local planning processes to better meet the needs of children and their families that are in low income from birth to school entry. The exception request is $250,000. It's $125,000 in federal funds each year. And there's one position that would transfer.
Okay, any questions on this? Seeing none. All right, please proceed.
Okay. Next unit is on page 108, unit 1327, teacher and leader quality. This unit includes one full-time position. Program supports projects related to teacher and leader quality. We do have a focus on computer science and credentialing, and Dr. Laurel Ballard will give you a little bit more information here in a minute. We do have one exception request in this unit, priority number 10. This is the decrease of $30,607 that I mentioned earlier that offsets our $30,000 request in unit 1105. Governor has recommended approval. And at this time, I would like Dr. Ballard to provide a little more information to the committee about our Level Up program and teacher and leader evaluation systems.
Please, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Laurel Ballard, and I'm the supervisor of our student and teacher resources team. My team and I work in many different areas of education, but our ultimate focus is to provide supports to teachers that enable students to learn and achieve at higher rates. We do this in a variety of ways. For instance, my team and I support school districts by providing guidance and expertise in building strong teacher and leader evaluation systems that lead to targeted professional growth opportunities for educators. My team also develops and leads the development and implementation of the state education technology plan with a goal to ensure educational instruction to all students in Wyoming. We do this by providing professional development to teachers, supporting districts with the integration of technology into their curriculum, and working to provide connectivity to students to ensure opportunities for learning. We also oversee the Virtual 307 program, which provides support and technical assistance to districts as they implement the virtual education programs. I'm also the state lead for the computer science implementation. I do want to thank the legislature for passing this legislation requiring schools to teach computer science. Because of this, we've been able to partner with companies like Microsoft and Apple, who have provided financial assistance to provide professional development. We are already seeing the fruits of this work. We have more teachers certified to teach computer science than before. And we now have students taking computer science, more students taking computer science than we've seen in the past. And what we're actually finding is that districts that have started doing this actually can't keep up with the pace and demand from students. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a moment to highlight a few projects that my team's been working on. My first program is called the Level Up program. The Department of Education has been running the Teacher of the Year program for many years. The Teacher of the Year program allows each district in the state to select their own district Teacher of the Year to represent their top teacher for that year. And then they submit them to the Department of Education to be considered for the Wyoming Teacher of the Year. While the Department of Education supports the Wyoming Teacher of the Year, there really was no other interaction with the other teachers of the years, other district teachers of the year. This really left a large deficit in being able to tap into the amazing teachers that were being recognized by all of the districts. After doing research with programs in other states on working with the National Teacher of the Year program, and as well as researching other educator development programs, the Level Up program was created in an effort to continue to engage all of our recognized teachers and to help them grow as educational leaders. The Level Up program elevates Wyoming's educational professionals by providing leadership development to an annual cohort of Wyoming's leading educators. The Level Up program is open up to all district teachers of the year and their principal, Milken Educator Award winners, and the Presidential Award for Math and Science teaching finalists and their recipients. The Level Up program has 3 goals. The first goal is continuous improvement in the art and science of teaching. In partnership with the University of Wyoming, the participating educators learn from some of the most experienced educators in Wyoming, along with national experts. They then take this information back to their home school districts and build the capacity of their colleagues as well. The second goal focuses on the leadership development. In partnership with the military department, educators go through extensive leadership training taught by Wyoming's military leaders. Over the course of 3 days, the teachers work with members of the Wyoming Army National Guard and the Wyoming Air National Guard to learn about the military, leadership and culture building strategies, develop personal professional learning networks, and improve morale and resiliency among educators in the field. The last goal focuses on advocacy training. The teachers learn how the legislature operates along with receiving training in education public policy issues. Armed with this knowledge, the educators have learned how to use their voices to represent the educators and the students in their district. The teachers participating in the Level Up have actually become an invaluable resource for the Department of Education when we were facing the challenges of COVID. They provided insights into the challenges that teachers were facing in the classroom and gave us ideas of how the Department of Ed could better support the educators throughout these challenging times. The second program I want to highlight is our innovative program that creates a new approach to professional development for educators. Over the last 2 years, we have built and are now piloting the use of micro-credentials to allow teachers to demonstrate that they can effectively apply in their classroom what they are learning in professional development. For clarity, a micro-credential is a form of certification indicating someone has demonstrated competency or mastery of a specific skill or set of skills through evidence of planning and preparation, implementation, and reflection. We've been piloting micro-credentials to allow educators to demonstrate that they are effective computer science teachers, no matter what path they took to learn how to teach computer science. Using micro-credentials allows teachers to learn about computer science through any pathway, whether it be through secondary post-secondary education, or through professional development. But ultimately, teachers have to demonstrate that they're effective computer science teachers. We are actively working with the Professional Teaching Standards Board to determine if this can become a new alternative pathway for teachers to earn their computer science teaching endorsement. Our preliminary results from this work are very strong. 92% of our teachers have said that as a result of completing the micro-credentials, they would change their teaching practices. 92% of the teachers have said that the micro-credentials impact their work with students, and they would recommend the micro-credentials to other teachers. 92% have also said that the teachers, 92% of the teachers have also said that as a result of completing the micro-credentials, they have increased their work motivation. This is a significant result given the frequency with which we hear about teachers burning out and wanting to leave the profession. This project is now working on developing computer science micro-credentials for students, as well as extending micro-credentials in other areas outside of computer science. For this micro-credentials for the students, we are working with partners to allow these micro-credentials to count towards high school credits, credit recovery, post-secondary credit, to create opportunities for work-based learning experiences for students, and ultimately to allow stacks of the computer science, or stacks of the micro-credentials to count toward industry recognized credentials. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about the Level Up program and how you interface with UW. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Mr. Chairman, we partner with UW, and we they spend a couple times with UW opportunities to talk with the professors that they work with there. They also do a lot of bringing the teachers together with their faculty to help with creating like new opportunities for learning, as well as engaging the teachers in their own self-reflection and learning as a group. Since these are some of the best teachers that we have in Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Ballard, I really appreciate your efforts on improving the programs for teachers, and also what you said about teacher morale is very interesting to me. I wanted to go back to this data question that I asked the Chief of Staff earlier. If it seems like the Wyoming Department of Education should have a lot of information about how individual students do on academic achievement tests, for example, year over year, and a lot of data about what teachers they have. And the question is, if the department wanted to put the computational effort into it, and if it were authorized to do so, would it be possible for the Department of Education to construct a value-added assessment of individual teachers?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to say I'm not an expert in that arena. I think it would be really difficult. The complexity of understanding the quality and value of a teacher goes well beyond the assessments that we have in general. And so I find that to be a difficult task to accomplish.
Okay, further questions? All right, we're at 10:03. Why don't we take about a 10, 12-minute break? Come back at 10:15. Does that work for everybody? Okay, we are back in House or JAC committee meetings with Department of Education, and we need to relink with anybody, or they were just off? Is everyone, are we okay on live? All right. All right, please proceed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, next unit is Unit 1329 on page 112. This is our Montgomery Trust Fund. This trust fund, provides grants for citizens of Wyoming who have visual impairments to lead more productive, pleasant, comfortable, and enjoyable lives. And the Unit 1303 Vision Outreach Services that we just covered a few moments ago, that team also works on this program. There are no positions in this unit. Governor has recommended approval of the standard budget as submitted.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you explain that oil and gas lease revenue? So this is Montgomery Trust, and I take it we took that trust fund. We're investing that. We have the revenue, the investment income off from that, which is your 336,000, and then we have this down there, that 4114 oil and gas lease revenue source. What is that? How does that tie into that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I might have to do a little research on that. I know that we do get a small amount of revenue, and I believe that it's related to how the corpus is set up, but I would have to check into that further unless maybe Don has some information on that.
Would you please?
Okay, please proceed. Please, go ahead.
Where is the Montgomery home?
They didn't.
Alabama?
Well, it says there was enough money in the trust to build the home and enough left over out of the earnings to.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, I want to say it's in Thermopolis, but don't quote me on that. I'll have to double check that.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
the way I read it, it says it was established to build a home, but because the funds were insufficient to construct a home, the interest earnings were used instead to do this other.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe that there were funds. Yeah, I'd have to research the history on that, but
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Don.
Mr. Chairman, after looking at this, I believe this is in the form of a gift. And I think part of the gift was provided in terms of a cash payment, and then part of it was for perpetual royalties into the future. So I think that is the explanation for the oil and gas. I would stand corrected, but that's my understanding.
Go ahead. Or all under one entity.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is another unit that's on my list for combination with Unit 1303. So this would be one of those consolidation items for the future. So I agree with you, Representative Schwartz. We will continue to work in that direction to align these things.
Okay. please
Okay.
proceed.
Next unit is Unit 1333 on page 115, Wyoming Education Trust Fund. There are no positions funded in this unit. This unit provides annual grants to school districts for programs that provide innovation or improvement to public education in the areas of curriculum development, operational initiatives, administrator and staff development, applied science and technology, including computer science, and other evaluation programs. Standard budget amount of $600,000 was recommended by the governor. Next unit is Unit 1351 on page 118. This is our special education 611. This unit supports 11 full-time positions and 7 AWAC positions. The IDEA 611 funds ensure that all children and youth with disabilities ages 3 through 21 receive a free and appropriate public education. The Special Education Division provides technical assistance, personnel preparation, professional development, and training to educational agencies that provide services to children and youth with disabilities. On page 119, you'll see priority number 11 is transfer of position 9616, an AWAC position from unit 1351 to unit 1252, which we reviewed earlier. This is the transfer out. Next unit is unit 1352 on page 124. This is the state personnel development unit. Includes 2 full-time positions and 2 AWAC positions. We do have an exception request here, priority number 6, to transfer out position 9605 to that SAMHSA grant that we reviewed earlier. Unit 1353 on page 128 is,
Go ahead.
Can we go back to page 125? Further, the pre-state educational needs. For 3 local education agencies. Are those SEAs or LEAs?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, yes, it's 3 LEAs, Park 1, Fremont 1, and Campbell 1.
All same ones?
Yep.
Thank you.
So going back to page 124, it says that the grants were submitted and not received. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, we did not receive the state personnel development grant in the current biennium. However, we left our standard budget in here because we do plan on applying for this grant again. And I believe there will be some additional opportunities for funding in some of the legislation that's working through Congress now. And so we're hoping to get these funds again. It's typically a multi-year grant when we do receive it. It's a competitive grant.
So what's the timing on that? And this is just in the event that funds show up, this is where they're going to go.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, we contemplated taking this out. However, because there is mention of it, and I don't recall if it's the Build Back Better law that's moving through, but I have seen some notifications that there is funding included in some of those bills, and if that passes, we would probably apply for those funds. So that's why this unit is still in here, and then of course we would apply on the next regular interval of applications, and I don't remember which year that falls, if it's in 23 or 24.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry. Mr. Carroll, about bouncing you around. Can I go back to 1.8? Special ed, this is just a comment. Actually, I just came up this weekend. It's a great program, and we spent a lot of time helping folks with developmentally disabled kids find out about all the programs that are available, ages 3 through 21. It was a comment I got from a parent this weekend about there are a lot of programs that the Department of Health has for kids after they're 21 as well that transition out of the schools and into the Department of Health itself. But people don't know about them. And it would be helpful if, at least the feedback I was getting, if they got some information about what's available after 21, about 3 or 4 years before they hit that cliff. And they feel like they get to that point and then all of a sudden they're kind of on their own. The programs are there, but so just food for thought as far as how, I know it's not the purview necessarily of that program, but also just to let them know that there are these programs that go on. At least some folks are feeling that they're not, they have to figure it out on their own, some of that. So just food for thought. Thanks.
Go ahead.
So, Trent, they're on, following up with Senator Drew on 34 million, that's about 35
a year then through IDEA to for special education. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, yeah, I believe our current award is around 36 a year. And projected to increase a little bit in the next biennium based on the trend we've seen over the last several years.
And our state general funds to meet our maintenance of effort for that is?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, so we do meet our maintenance of financial support through the state special education reimbursement. And that is a requirement of these federal IDEA funds.
And that amount is like 250 million
Mr. Chairman, that's pretty close.
and annually?
Yes.
So our maintenance of, I always say maintenance of effort, maintenance of use, it's
Mr. Chairman, it's the state maintenance of financial support.
maintenance financial support. So we're to keep the 30 million year, we need to stay committed to the 250 million.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, that's correct.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on that, so the issue then would be if, even though they increased their contribution from 250 to 270, say, whatever that number is, does the state continue to match that at our, I said that backwards. If they increase the federal amount, do we have to increase our amount? And if so, for how much in terms of that balance of scales?
Mr. Chairman, we do not necessarily have to increase our MFS if the federal fund amount increases, but we do have to maintain the same level. Once it never comes back down on the state side. So once you hit a certain level, that's kind of where you have to remain.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe we are ready for unit 1353 on page 128. This is our deafblind grant. There are no positions funded in this unit. This grant is managed by one of our employees in our Vision Outreach Services unit. The blind grant is a federal grant that supports activities for children and students who are deaf and blind. Federal funds of $156,000 in the standard budget. Next unit is on page 130, unit 1354. This is our special education 619. And these are also IDEA funds that support children with disabilities ages 3 through 5. Bulk of these funds go directly to the Behavioral Health Division of the Department of Health and then flow through to child development centers.
Go ahead.
So Trent, I'm trying to understand and make sure that I understand it correctly on our 619 R0 through to the preschool through the Department of Health. Do you use the general funds through the Department of Health's budget to help meet your maintenance of effort?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, we do use the Department of Health's state funding for the Part B program on our maintenance of financial support.
Now, is that, Mr. Chairman, is that the 3 through 5?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
5. And so then tell me how that works. If I were director for the Department of Health and I felt like there was a reduction in that budget that was awarded, then that impacts you and causes you angst.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, that's correct. And we coordinate closely every year with the Department of Health to make sure that we're all on the same page with the MFS. We've had a lot of conversations the last couple of years as we've had to navigate the general fund cuts and work through some other issues with our MFS. So yeah, we do communicate regularly with them and talk about our budgets as we're going into each session.
And then remind me, Trent, it seems like we took some money from S5 last year to compensate back for maybe a step 2 or step 3 reduction in that regard. Am I remembering that accurately?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that'll come up on Wednesday, I believe, with the Department of Health coming here. I believe it's about $5 million, and there is a request to continue S5 funding as an exception request.
To offset their step 3 reductions in this 619, or help me understand what that was for.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have two issues going on here. So one, we have the preschools. And then separately, we have support for Medicaid school-based services. My response was related to the preschool funding, which is in the neighborhood of $4 to $5 million of S5 or school foundation program. And that was a choice of this body last year, and the department is requesting that again in the 23-24 biennium.
In lieu of general fund dollars.
In lieu of general fund, correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the next unit is Unit 1355 on page 132. This is our Title III English Language Acquisition. There's one position in this unit. This program ensures that children who are English learners attain English proficiency, develop high levels of academic attainment in English, and meet the same challenging state academic content and student academic achievement standards as all other children are expected to meet. Standard budget, it's all federal funds. Next unit is 1357, page 135, Title II, Teacher Quality. We have one full-time position and 2 AWAC positions in this unit. This program seeks to improve student academic achievement in schools and provide low-income and minority students greater access to effective teachers, principals, and other school leaders. We have one exception request in this unit, priority number 7, transfers out 2 positions to the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Program that we covered in Unit 1261. This is the transfer out of those 2 positions.
Trent.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trent, so maybe Dickie, my same question that I had up earlier, where this is a pre-K request as well. I'm just curious on how you direct these funds to the that segment of our children population. And then we've got 5 providers. Where are they at? Just a little more detail, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, we do award these funds through a competitive process to school districts, and I think we have a list of those 5 districts that have received those funds. We can follow up with you on that.
And then how about the preschool stuff? What do you do with, what percentage of this goes to them, or is that defined?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if that's defined in our grant application. I would have to research that. But we can look into that and get back to you. I don't know if it's in our grant application to the U.S. Department of Ed, or if it's in our competitive grant application that school districts fill out, but we can look into that for you.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Chairman, what I'm kind of just trying to, is that going to our Head Start? Is that going to our CDCs, or just, or maybe through workforce services and those preschools? Or I'm just trying to chase that down a little bit is all.
So, and I do have a question on page 136 and 138. It looks to us like the numbers that you have on subsection B are not consistent with what you have on tables in 138 in terms of those funding amounts. Looks like it ought to be perhaps 335,000 versus the 204. Don, I think that's.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think perhaps on page 136, the addition there is just in error. 253 plus 35 plus should be 3. I think the table might be correct on page.
That's legislative math.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that bottom total row is incorrect there. So, yeah. The column on 138, the 335,043 is, I believe is correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
My
Please proceed.
apologies for that. Okay. Unit 1360 on page 140 is the next one. This is homeless education. No positions in this unit. The McKinney-Vento program provides resources to districts to support homeless children and youth, give them equal access to the same free and appropriate public education. School districts use the funds to provide tutoring, academic evaluations, training, and technical assistance to educators, as well as medical referrals, transportation, school supplies, and emergency services in coordination with other agencies. They have a standard budget amount of $539,963.
Representative Schwartz.
Mr. Chairman, we will provide that. Representative Schwartz, would you like just the most recent school year or a couple years? Okay. All right. Next unit is on page 142, unit 1361. This is our Title 1A. Supports 5 full-time positions and 1 AWAC position and provides funding to support the improvement in student academic achievement for at-risk youth. Standard budget is $85,154,000. All federal funds.
How much of this, we're talking about disadvantaged children in high poverty areas? Just share with me what we're currently doing in this effort in the districts on the reservation.
And it would seem that this is probably the 3rd or 4th time that you have equivalent type of funds for disadvantaged youth in high poverty. And it seems that this could probably fit in another location as well.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, you're correct. Most of these title programs support at-risk students.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Representative Larson, we'll get that in the follow-up or breakdown.
Please.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next one is unit 1366, page 145. This is another one, Title I Neglected and Delinquent, provides supplemental assistance to state agencies to ensure that students in out-of-district placement or incarceration have access to the same education as students in regular LEA settings. There are no positions in this unit. Standard budget is $2.5 million.
And so do these increase, the last two, they both have increased funding, looks like over time to some degree. And so how do those tie back into maintenance of effort or making maintenance of equity? Or do they?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we don't expect any impact because these are our federal funds. And so the maintenance of effort for the ARP funds will look at the state spending for education and make sure we're maintaining that proportional level. So we don't expect an impact in these programs.
Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I believe it's the Department of Corrections, the Department of Family Services for the Boys and Girls School. And we're missing one.
So are these?
I have to get back to you on that third one.
Okay, thank you. And so are these directed to children that have come under a court decree, or is that a requirement? Or
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I believe the funds are used to support students who are placed through the juvenile system or justice system and incarcerated.
thank you.
Next unit is 1373 on page 148. This is our Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF program. Provides resources to support low-income families through access to childcare and early education opportunities. This is funding that we receive from the Department of Family Services. Standard budget amount of $3.18 million. Next unit is 1374 on page 150. This is our federal CTE Perkins program, supports four full-time positions and one half-time position. 85% of these funds are awarded to school districts and community colleges via a federally prescribed allocation formula. We use 10% of the funds to support state level leadership activities in the areas of program assessment, technology, professional development, and preparation for non-traditional occupations. 5% of the funds, or 250,000, whichever is greater, can be retained for agency administration, program evaluation, assistance, and monitoring. We do have one exception request here. We've already seen the other side of this in unit 1252, but this is the transfer of position 72 out of this unit. 208,000 in federal funds reduced. Next unit is 1376 on page 154. This is the USDA school lunch program. And this unit includes multiple federal programs, the National School Lunch, school breakfast, after school care program, special milk, USDA food distribution, summer food service, child and adult care food program, and the fresh fruit vegetable program. This funding supports Wyoming school children, as well as children enrolled in various qualifying residential and non-residential child care institutions or nonprofit organizations. We do have an exception request in this unit of $65.2 million to give us the budget authority that we need for the expansion that we've seen during the COVID pandemic for nutrition programs.
All right. What's the
Okay.
motion?
I don't know, help me understand. So that's for supplemental assistance for neglected or delinquent. And so we've got the Department of Construction, DFS for the boys' school and girls' school. But going back to the Department of Corrections, would we find a student age person in Department of Corrections? Would that be when they're tried as an adult or someone? How do we find them in that agency?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, and that question earlier about the three, where it says 3 of Wyoming state agencies, it is in fact DFS, Corrections, and the Department of Education. To your question on, I know we do send funds to Department of Corrections, but I don't know specifically what the circumstance of those students are that Corrections is handling, but we can definitely get information on that.
I'm not very smart on this. Thank you.
Okay, please proceed. Representative Schwartz.
So this one caught my attention in that it's basically a doubling of the budget. And I'm immediately wondering how the implementation, whether there will be issues with implementation without large an increase.
Go ahead, Trent.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz. So the majority, well, all of this increase is really just the flow through funds that will go out to the school districts for expansion of their programs. And so our team has taken on a lot of additional work over the last year and a half. But I don't believe that we plan on hiring additional positions or anything of that nature to administer this increase.
Follow up? Yeah, I'm not concerned. So I'm wondering whether even the districts are going to have, excuse me, capacity issues in enlarging their school lunch programs. Because I'm assuming that's what will happen.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, I think that's a valid question. I don't have any information today about that, but we can certainly get back to you on that if our team has heard anything along those
It's
lines.
probably less chicken McNuggets for lunch. Something a little
That's
healthier.
one of the possibilities. Thank you. I can also pursue this.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I could follow up, got a little more information on the corrections piece. It is juvenile detention centers that would get that.
Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, the next unit is 1377, page 159, USDA Commodities and Salvage. This provides spending authority in our budget that we need to facilitate the distribution of food to schools who participate in the National School Lunch Program and summer food service programs. This would be the USDA Commodities standard budget of 2.5 million. Unit 1379 on page 162 is our federal rural and low income school grant. This provides financial assistance to rural school districts to assist them in meeting our definition of adequate yearly progress. Do have an exception request in this unit for an expected increase in these funds from standard budget of 50,000 to 150,000 in the next biennium.
Questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the last unit in agency 206 is unit 1380, Title IV Part A. This program, there are no positions in this unit, and this program supports student academic achievement by increasing the capacity of the SEA and local communities to provide all students with access to a well-rounded education. We have a standard budget amount of 12.1 million in this unit. The governor has recommended approval as submitted.
So thank you, Trent. Before we conclude, could you provide us an update on the maintenance of effort, maintenance of equity with regards to K-12, with ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and if any waivers have been submitted or if there's any plans to submit waivers?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I can give you a quick update on that. We are still working through quite a bit of information on that front. I anticipate that we will eventually submit a waiver for the ESSER 1 piece. What we're working on right now is going back through the data that was previously compiled for the higher education calculation, as well as for the K-12. Initially, when we calculated the amount for K-12, we were operating under the assumption that we could use the total foundation guarantee. And then subsequent guidance came out many months later that said that we could only use the state portion of that. And so that will create an issue for fiscal year 20 and the ESSER 1. We need to work through that higher ed piece to figure out what the total combined deficit, potential deficit is. And then we would be able to proceed with the waiver. With regard to the maintenance of effort and maintenance of equity for the ARP ESSER funds, we are also still working through some calculations there. U.S. Department of Education provided us with updated guidance, all states with updated guidance that allows us to put together basically a tolerance level or a plan that accounts for changes in per pupil funding in small school districts. And so we will be working on that plan over the coming weeks, coordinating with the U.S. Department of Education to review that plan, and then moving forward, probably with submitting both the plan and maybe a waiver for the ESSER 1 kind of in parallel. So that's where we are today. We've been working on that. We just received our current school year enrollment data recently. And so folks have been working within the last week to update everything, and we'll continue to have those conversations with US Ed, and maybe we can provide some more information for you in January on what we're able to complete in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up question. Then if you submit a plan after you have the data, what do you anticipate when you will get it in? Do you have a calendar date or target? And what can we reasonably expect for a response period? And will it be in time for us to review in January?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I sure hope that it would be in time, but it's really hard to predict how fast they would turn around a response to us. It took us multiple months to make noticeable progress on some of the conversations we were having around the maintenance of effort and maintenance of equity over the summer. And so if that gives us any indication, it could be a little while. But at a minimum, I think we could give you updated information on our calculation of the deficit for FY20. And then maybe a summary of our plan that we have developed for the MOEQ for ARP ESSER, and at least a status update on that.
And so Don, how does that fit into our budgeting process and time-wise?
For the K-12 portion, if the guidance on and the calculation on maintenance of equity, I would presume that the Department of Education could use the 23-24 appropriation of school foundation funds to make up any deficit that the federal department determines Wyoming to have for that maintenance of equity piece. We've calculated it to be around $8 million a year. If that is the path pursued, WDE would need to come forward next year for a supplemental increase of that amount. On the higher education side, it's candidly a fair bit more difficult. There's not an obvious source of funds that the university could, or the community colleges could access in the event that the deficit calculated by the ESSER 1 funds, to the extent that the federal government does not provide a waiver, those resources are going to need to come forward with legislative action, either to those institutions or potentially if there's a fine or repayment of funds.
So how does the waiver process affect both of those sides?
Well, for the maintenance of effort for higher education, there is a outlined waiver process. Several other states have submitted a request for waiver. I don't know what our chances would be. Impossible for me to say what.
Who would be responsible for submitting?
The Department of Education.
So in essence, do you need direction for us, for you to do it, or to proceed with it, or how do we follow up on it?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, we plan on moving forward with that as soon as we have an accurate estimate of what that deficit really looks like. That's what we're working on now. As far as the timeline for when we would know, hopefully the waiver would be approved and then there isn't an issue. But if we did need an additional appropriation or something of that nature, of course, we would be in communication with this body about that as soon as we are aware.
And so does the education committee, do you kind of keep them up to breast on where you're at and how you're going with both of these? So they'll, another branch of our legislative process will keep us up to speed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we are keeping them up to date. We presented at multiple interim committee meetings, and I think just about every meeting we've given them a status update as well. So we'll continue to do that.
So Don, I wonder if it would, probably after the first of the year, if we can get like an updated memo from you, just a kind of a one pager, so we know where we're at on both of them and what's at risk and what the anticipated steps are, so we can articulate it fairly well and understand it.
Absolutely.
Anything else for Trent? Vicki? Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, if I could, there was a question that came up a couple times with that large literacy grant in terms of how much was going to certain ages, and I acquired that. So 15% of that grant needs to go to birth through kindergarten, so that younger. 40% goes kindergarten through 5th, and 40% goes 6th through 12th. So that's the allocation breakdown of that grant.
And then how are you allocating that in that first tranche, that 15%? So how is that going out to these 10 districts? Or who's that going?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, we'll get follow up with that.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we're ready for Agency 205 if we're ready to move on.
I think that sounds reasonable.
Okay,
Let's do it.
perfect. So Agency 205, page 3, Department Budget Summary Table. You'll see here that our total Agency 205 request is $1,738,158,080, all school foundation program dollars. First unit is Unit 4101 on page 14. And this unit represents the bulk of that total that I just gave you. This unit is the primary source of K-12 education funds that flow to public schools in Wyoming. This is our entitlement funding for school districts. Of course, we kind of fall into this window of timing when we put together our budget where we have some information, we were actually able to update some of our information based on the October Craig this year. But the January Craig will change everything again. And so we expect to come back to you guys in January with an elected letter to true up the number that we have based on both our most recent enrollment data and some proxy that we can use for the next funding model off of that. And then also the updated Craig information for the local contributions to K-12 and how that'll impact the entitlement payments. But as we were a few months ago when we put this together, we were projecting that we could decrease this unit by $95,990,000. Primarily based on increases from the October Craig and higher contribution levels from counties. So that's our exception request or in this unit priority number 1.
So nothing has
Increase.
changed for you in terms of that figure?
I'm sorry?
Nothing has changed for you in that figure other than from October, Craig?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, our numbers are changing a little bit as we start to plug in the most recent enrollment data that we just received like a week ago. But
Are they up or down?
I believe we will need to ask for a little bit of this back, but I don't have an exact number right now. It's still in flux.
So my question is, and I've been figuring out where the right place to do it is, but in terms of our online schools, there's a couple in the Northeast, a couple others in the basin, as I understand it, and I don't know where else. But have you looked at what the proper per capita per student level ought to be in terms of their actual costs versus, my understanding is we're paying the same amount. And yet we're not getting, do you do an analysis of the services being provided, the costs and overhead of the operations, and athletics, and whether or not, the cost for education and transportation, and evaluating all of that so we can make sure that we're not creating basically a sinkhole for those locations and overpaying and for the services being provided or underpaying or whatever it is. But what's the process for evaluating that and as we go forward?
Mr. Chairman, good question. And we do get asked similar variations of that question regularly. The most recent sort of advancement, I would say, in that discussion is we have started to pull out the full-time virtual student performance data from those school districts that have those full-time virtual programs, so we can look at how those students are performing compared to the brick and mortar, which we hadn't done in the past. But in terms of doing a costing of a full-time virtual student versus brick and mortar, we have not undertaken that analysis and would imagine to be.
I'm just curious why you haven't. I mean, it's a huge amount of money.
I would think, Mr. Chairman, that would need to go through a recalibration type process with a consultant to come in and give an objective third-party explanation as to why that student costs less than another. It's not something we could do as a department and adjust the funding model.
So Matt, has the education committee asked for that, or is there a mechanism in place to move forward in that line?
Mr. Chairman, your education committee did raise this question during its July meeting. I opined to them, and I'll kind of summarize what I explained to them during the 2020 recalibration that was just completed. Your school finance consultants did not recommend an alternative funding level for online students compared to brick and mortar students.
Well, my recollection is because they didn't have any data.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's two responses to that. One, they've recommended this since the 2005 recalibration. Online students are not new to this state. But the number of online students has increased dramatically, primarily due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We did see large increases in the two statewide providers in Bighorn 1 and Niobrara 1. In the most recent enrollment, you'll see about 500 students in each of those districts have been redistributed back to their local school districts. So they've lost enrollment. But regarding your consultants, they've maintained that the same level of funding should be provided. Part of that reason is the recommendations for technology is still on a 3 student to 1 computer ratio. So if the state chooses to embrace a more large expenditure on a 1-to-1 computer basis for online students, that would cost your funding model more money. So they've maintained there's enough resources in your, or adequate level of resources in your current block grant model to absorb districts that want to do a online program. They have not come back with a different recommendation on separating those students within your funding model. So that's part of the issue, is the Department of Education does not collect data at a level for online student programs versus brick and mortar programs. The accounting at the district level does not provide for that type of reporting back to legislature. Regarding transportation costs, those online students aren't going to be accounted for in that. There are other areas where they would likely be in your maintenance and operations, where part of those resources are allocated, or those online students are accounted for, where they may not be a direct correlation with those students. But I hope that helps provide some context.
So how many students do we have now that are online virtual schools, students? You know that number? And how's it compared to last year and our enrollment numbers?
Mr. Chair, we have that number, but we don't have it right now, but we can get that.
We have an estimate of what it is? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. We have 3,178. Thanks. We have 3,178 students participating in virtual education. 2,692 students are like full-time virtual education students, so taking online courses entirely. And then we have 486 students that are taking part-time virtual education, which means they're taking like 1 or 2 classes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know who should answer this question, but my understanding is that prior to COVID, or perhaps even within the homeschool sector of education, there is a fair amount of opportunity for students to go online and take virtual courses. And so if we compare the cost of those online courses that are available from other institutions, not the school district, would we find that that equates to a similar cost to having this, to what the consultant is recommending is appropriate? I'm just having a hard time thinking that it doesn't make, I'm trying to see where the justification for having the same funding model for a virtual student is necessary, but so I'm trying to make that comparison. Matt, I don't know if that's you, or be brave.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess what I would caution is the legislature is required to make sure that their financing system is cost-based. And so I think your consultants last year punted on this a little bit, and the fact that the online distance education delivering education on online programs changed dramatically with COVID-19. And they did not feel they had a different recommendation than they previously had, just due to the rapid changing environment. But I do think the recommendations are still going to be, the class sizes should reflect similar to a brick and mortar program. That's where a majority of your costs are located. Technology would likely be more than what your current brick and mortar recommendation is, because it's going to require a 1-to-1 computing ratio versus a 3-to-1, which is recommended in your brick and mortar. So those additional costs on technology may net a increase compared to other areas of the model, such as operations and maintenance or student activities. But I do know districts have provided educational student activity option programs in their home district, whether or not that they're, if a student in Cheyenne is attending the LUSC program, I think the two districts work together on creating opportunities for students to partake in student activity programs. So I guess, again, big picture, I would caution on making any major modifications without a consultant's recommendation to ensure that the legislature is taking a cost-based approach. I do think there's probably areas where districts can help identify what those true costs are, but we have not collected those data to prove what those are.
So Matt, we appreciate your caution, but what we don't want to do is be inert and do nothing. It seems to me we have a fundamental obligation. If you've got 2,000 plus or 3,100 people for virtual students, that's $45, $46 million annually that we're paying out to these virtual schools if you just do it on a per capita basis. And so we have to know whether or not they're getting sufficient education, they're getting quality education, if their performances are diminished, and they're, everything that has to do with education, and whether or not we want to support them, because those will be impacting our other school districts who are losing those populations, and how we monitor it and where we do it. To me, it ought to be full steam ahead to come up with the answers. A consultant's going to be a drop in the bucket for cost compared to what we're expending. But more importantly, we need to make sure that we ask the right questions of the consultants of what they're inquiring into, because this isn't just a cost-driven analysis. There's a whole lot more to it. There's a community involvement. There's just all kinds of things that we need to take into consideration. And how are we going to measure the overall impacts on community over the course of 2 years or 3 years if we're talking about first through third grade or third through sixth? Those will all be different. And how they participate in extracurricular activities and all the costs and all the plateaus of that. If we're not going to dictate, if we're just going to throw money at it and not pay attention to it, we may have a public policy that says we don't want you to, for certain, for kindergarten through 6, we don't want you to be at your virtual school. And so we're going to make it, and there's reasons why. Then we have to be able to articulate those reasons why. And so I just think there's a lot of homework that we need to sit down and figure this out. And my question is this on the front page of the Education Committee? Are they delving into it? Have you gotten direction from them? And if not, how do we sit down with the education folks and with the legislature on the education committees and say, okay, here's what's happening. Here's where we want to go. This is the information we need to know. So how do we go about putting all this in line so that we can make educated decisions and that are constitutional and that are the best interest of both the community and the individual students.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just the cost piece, I agree with. It's an analysis that has to be done from a cost-based. But from that programmatic piece that you speak of, there's a robust statutory and rule framework around all the virtual programming offered in the state. We have a team that focuses just on that every day. So from that programmatic constitutional quality education perspective, we do a considerable amount of work to ensure that that's happening at the Department of Ed down to the districts.
And so what data do you assimilate and who do you present it to and how often do you do it? How often do you review your process to see if it's giving you the data that's useful to you, useful to us, useful to parents?
Mr. Chairman, occasionally we do discuss this topic with the Joint Education Committee, just virtual learning in general. And then our team has just a continuous improvement process that they're working through. We're working through rules, updated rules right now to adapt to a lot of the stuff that came out of COVID related to remote and virtual learning. So it's an ongoing process, but as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the data and the student performance data, because this question kept coming up, we don't have the ability to exclude virtual students from school accountability. If they're in Niobrara 1, they go in that school performance report. But what we have started to do is disaggregate those students out so we can see their individual performance separate from the brick and mortar schools. So that was one step we took in recent years to start looking at the performance of virtual students alone. And so things like that we continue to do. We're happy to provide this committee with any information related to virtual programming from that perspective.
Matt?
Mr. Sharon, what I will say is I'll pass along your comments to our chairman of education committee to see if they want to dive in this in more depth this next interim. I do think you have good insights on not just the costing side, but the student performance side. And I think those have to be considered in tandem.
Okay, any other questions? Anything else, Trent, with 205?
We have just a few more to go through.
All right, continue. Let's
Okay.
Pick it out.
Okay. Next is Unit 4103 on page 17, School District Retirement Reimbursement. This is funding to meet the retirement contribution that's recorded under state statute for public school districts. Standard budget of 34.9 million. And we may have an updated number for you in January for this as well. We're currently reviewing some data that will help us forecast out the next 2 years. Next is Unit 4201 on page 20, court order placements. This budget supports educational and related services costs of court-ordered placed students in approved facilities, including boards of cooperative education services or BOCES, residential treatment centers, and psychiatric residential treatment facilities. Standard budget amount of 17.1 million. Next unit is 45.
1 second.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So, Dickie, last year, when we were got to this unit, we were having discussions on the cost of services, whether it be therapeutic services or residential treatment services. And we had asked whether the Department of Education had approached maybe similarly to Department of Family Services in negotiating rates with these RTCs and out of placement. In at that time, it had not been done, but I think my recollection is that you were going to start investigating how you contract for those services. And I'm just curious if you could provide us an update on where that's at.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Larson, what we've really tried to do over the years is bring our payments in line with the consultant formula and how they come up with the fees, because we want to just make sure that what we are reimbursing is there's some basis, some sort of business case for why that fee is being paid. And so these institutions that receive funding from us have to submit a detailed list of information and data to our consultant, and that consultant uses that information in their formula to tell us what the rate should be for that specific institution. So we try our best to stay tied to what that consultant recommends based on data, and they submit that every year, I believe. So it stays updated. When the facility has increased costs, they'll submit that to the consultant, and then the consultant generates it. So that's really what we've tried to do as a Department of Ed with these facilities.
And so then how does that compare, Mr. Chairman? How does that compare then with the rates that these facilities have with Department of Family Services?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I don't know what those rates are that DFS currently pays. But as Chief Shaner mentioned, our rate setting process is based on actual allowable education costs only. And I believe that the Department of Family Service rates have been somewhat static for a few years. Years ago, the Department of Family Services, the Department of Health, and WDE, we all used the same consultant for rate setting. And I believe due to budget concerns, DFS wasn't able to do that for a period of time. So I don't know how their rates currently compare to our rates, but we do review those costs annually through our consultant, and then we set a daily tuition rate that matches up with those allowable costs. And then we also pay related services for students that are on an IEP, so students with disabilities, based on rates that our consultant sets in accordance with state Medicaid rates and also Bureau of Labor Statistics market data.
So help me then, if you would, Mr. Chairman, help me if you would, Trent. Does that, the process of that, if a school district has an individual that needs to be placed in one of these out of district institutions or facilities, whatever the right term is there for them, who does that, is that process come then through you guys and you make the arrangements and you pay the facilities? Or are those arrangements made at the district level? And then they're also required to take care of the invoices?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, so we have several different types of placements here. The budget unit that I just presented covers court-ordered placed students. And so we would pay for the education costs for those students. And then we also pay for students who are medically necessary placed students. So they've received that determination through the Department of Health.
When you say we, you mean the department?
The WDE, yes,
Okay.
we can pay for the education costs of medically necessary placed students as well at a psychiatric residential treatment facility. That was a change that happened in statute a few years ago to basically expand this court-ordered placed program to include those students as well. So districts can certainly place students at treatment facilities, but if it were a district placement and it were not a medically necessary situation, we would not pay for it through this budget unit. That would more than likely, if it was a special education student, be reimbursed through the state through a different process for special education.
So then, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up in those situations, if maybe it was an IEP requirement that they needed to do that, is that, are the costs associated with the facility then similar to this unit where you've evaluated the costs, or do the districts negotiate that themselves?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I believe the district would negotiate that rate with the provider at that point, and it may not align with the rate that we are paying.
Is there is it worth looking at having that negotiation done through the department statewide so that the districts wouldn't, I mean, who's the better negotiator? You know, I don't know that. And I'm not trying to be Simon Legree either. I'm just saying it appears to me that if we're doing that amongst all the districts, that if you done that through one avenue, then you could have some consistency across districts on those. Has that ever been considered?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I think that's an interesting question. I know that we have heard some feedback from our BOCES institutions in particular, who feel like they need that autonomy to set different rates with school districts, depending on the situation. And so I think we would need to have a more in-depth look at what you're proposing there to see if that would be feasible.
Thank you.
So a couple questions, just focusing on the COVID pandemic. Do we have a breakdown of an analysis of how many schools either shut down and for how long, or virtual for each school district across the state of Wyoming through last year and this year?
Mr. Chairman, we do keeping tabs with them on that.
Have you, yeah, could you provide that to us so we can actually see what that means and how that works? And then with the, you report that you received roughly $500 million through COVID dollars, mostly through pass-through, right? So can you provide us with some information of exactly what you received, when you received it, where it went to and what it was supposed to use for and what the restrictions were on those dollars and who they benefited?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can run you through a succinct outline of that now and do a follow-up or just do follow-up, whatever you.
Why don't you, yeah, just give us a quick outline
Okay.
so we can kind of
So-
digest it a little.
Yep.
I think it would also be interesting, and it's not immediate, but getting data on both court-ordered placements going back a couple of years prior to COVID, during COVID, if there is such a thing as post-COVID, and the same for the medically necessary placements. Because I can see a relationship.
So we're loading your plate here a little bit, but go
Yeah,
ahead,
it's
Richard.
okay.
Well, let me heap some on. Okay. So Trent, going back to the conversation I was having with you on looking at rates that we pay providers. The question also comes to my mind on is for therapeutic services, rehabilitative services for people with IEPs in districts, depending on where they are for speech therapy or, physical therapy like that is negotiated. Have we ever considered kind of doing a Medicaid model and saying this is what the education will pay for these types of services as it goes out to bid to contract providers, or have we just said school districts choose wisely and do it at your own? I'm just wondering if we give them some guidance there that perhaps there might be some cost savings.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, the only thing that I would, I guess, add is that there's been some anecdotal information provided to us that some facilities don't feel like they're being compensated fully by the state. And I mentioned before that another agency has had to hold their rates pretty steady over time. We have updated our rates to align with actual costs, but other agencies haven't been able to do that. And so I think that some facilities try to recover some of their other costs through these placements that happen with the districts. But I can't really speak for them or how they determine those rates. I do know that the BOCES institutions, they have member districts that they charge maybe a set rate, and then if other districts would like to place with them, there may be a different rate that they pay. So a lot of moving parts there, but.
Yeah, and I get that. I guess what I was doing is coming back to services that these kids would get within the district. So they need speech therapy or physical therapy or something of that nature, and the district is getting that locally. The person's getting it within their district. But that's got to, the prices we pay for those services have got to vary widely across the state. And if we come back, and have we ever considered having a model that says this is what Department of Education will pay for physical therapy based on these? Like I said, I just kind of have this Medicaid model in my mind that anywhere in the state, this is kind of what you get reimbursed for these types of services, whether it's fee for service or something else, but maybe bring some conformity on the rates that are being charged to districts around the state.
It could be that you could be the driver of rates if we're not careful.
That's exactly where I was going.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think that's a complicated problem because some of these service providers are going to be employed by school districts. Some may be contracted services. Some districts may have a hard time recruiting or finding the providers they need, so they may have to pay more than others. I think it's a very complicated issue, and that would probably take some more analysis to tell you if that would even be feasible. I'm not sure that it would.
Mr. Chairman, and I get that the district has, if they have got the capacity to have that in-house, so be it. I think I'm just looking at contracted stuff, and I don't anticipate that would be easy, but when we look at our education bill per annum, it's kind of our job and your job to say, well, how can we get the biggest bang for our buck? And so even sometimes if it is painful.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, one thing I guess I would add to that is that as we start with school-based services, Medicaid billing, I think we'll accomplish a little bit of where you're trying to go with that, because you will have at least a portion of that amount that's reimbursed at a set rate. Of course, with 100% special education reimbursement, the difference would be made up as well. But we might accomplish a little bit of that with where we're going on the Medicaid side.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, I have just a little bit of data if you'd like it on the placements over the last few years. So we did have a decrease of about 16 total from FY21 to 20. But overall, it's been fairly flat. We were higher a few years ago. It's been kind of a decreasing trend, at least with our RTCs. Our BOCES has been relatively constant over the last 4 years. Not very many placements there, but those do typically tend to be the more expensive placements. And then our PRTF placements have come down. Fiscal year 17, we had 259. Fiscal year 21, 138. So pretty big decrease there.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So for K-12, there were 3 streams of federal funding that came in straight to the Department of Education. We call the first one ESSER 1. That was back in March of 2020. That was the CARES Act. With that, Wyoming Department of Education received $32,562,000. And so 90% of that flows through to the school districts, and it's allocated based on their proportionate share of Title 1A funds. And so we just use that formula. And then there was about $3 million set aside for statewide activities in that amount. And that was different things around literacy. And we had a custodians conference on best practices around cleanliness, extended learning opportunities. So after school, summer school, those are some of the statewide activities we did with that first tranche of ESSER 1. And then the rest went out to districts, and the requirements for districts were very broad. In anything you could really justify as responding to the COVID situation would have been okay with that funding. So a lot of sanitation type supplies, practices, maybe even staff for that. And then of course, technology was a big thing back then. How do we get devices to kids? How do we get Wi-Fi out, et cetera? So that I would say, COVID response, medical healthcare, and then sort of the technology piece with that first ESSER 1 funding. That would be what I saw most districts spending it on at that time. And at this moment, about 90% of that money that was available to districts from ESSER 1 has been drawn down. So about $26,376,000. There's still about 10% out there of that ESSER 1 that has not been drawn down.
Is there a deadline when it has to be drawn down?
There is, I think, is it December 31st this year for ESSER 1? Is it next year? They do each have a deadline.
I think that was extended, wasn't it? It was originally this year.
Yeah, we can get that. They do. They each have a deadline of when they have to be spent. The second was in December of 2020, and that was the CARISA Act, or the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. We just call it ESSER 2. So the Wyoming Department of Education with that one got $135,230,000. So quite a bit stepped up. So 90% of that, 121 million, goes straight out to the local education agencies with very similar requirements as the first wave of funding. And then there's about 13 million kept for those state level activities. At this point though, districts have only done 12.5% drawdown of that second ESSER 2. So they still have a lot of that ESSER 2 that they can draw down. And then that of course has a later date than the ESSER 1. So that's why you see the difference there. They're going to spend their ESSER 1 funds first, because that has the first expiration date. And now we're starting to see them move into ESSER 2 a little bit at 12.5%. And all of these also, to an earlier topic, have their own unique MOE requirements that we will have to address. And then the third round, the ESSER 3 money, is the American Rescue Plan, which was March of this year. And the Wyoming Department of Education received $303,779,000. So another big step up. About $273 million of that will flow throughout, 90% flow throughout to the local education agencies based on that Title I formula. And then about $30 million will be reserved for sort of directed statewide activities. And obviously with that much, there's quite a bit of different activities being planned and worked on with districts. And then there's some specific requirements with that in the American Rescue Plan on how it has to be spent. So 5% of the total ARP ESSER allocation has to be on evidence-based interventions aimed specifically at learning loss, such as summer learning or summer enrichment, extended day, after school programs, or extended school year programs. And then they go on to say 1% has to be for evidence-based summer enrichment and 1% has to be for evidence-based comprehensive after-school programs. So they really tried to target those summer and after-school programs with the ARP money. Again, the deadline out for this one is even further out, so we don't have any expenditures yet of that flow-through money. Nobody's drawn anything down from the American Rescue Plan money yet.
So you had 5% and 1%. You still got 96% to go.
This was just new stuff they threw in. The other two were the 90 and 10 and just sort of the general COVID response. This one, they got a little more specific and they want to say at a minimum, we want 1% going here, 1%. And then also the American Rescue Plan, the third ESSER, this is the one where we have that maintenance of equity requirement that was new, that we spent months with, your staff, your LSO staff, the governor's office, us, really going back and forth with the Department of Education because it was a new formula and it could have had a punitive impact on Wyoming for no fault of our own, just based on commodity price changes, enrollment changes in small districts. So as Trent said earlier, we did receive some updated guidance from the U.S. Department of Ed that at least contemplates the fact that we may be in a situation outside of our control that could fall out of compliance with that maintenance of equity. So we at least opened their eyes to that situation, but it remains to be seen what happens down the road with that. But that is it's a new federal requirement. We have
That primarily is the $8 million a year that Don was talking about. Is that right, Don?
Mr. Chairman, yes, 8 million per year.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's the funding that comes straight to the Department of Education. There's also the GEAR money, GEER's Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funding. And they did both higher ed and K-12. So there was some K-12 money through that GEAR as well. But just for Department of Ed purposes, those 3 ESSER tranches are what we had directly.
How much was in the GEARS money? We know, Don?
I do, yes. So GEAR 1 was 4.7 million. And then GEAR 2 was 6.64 million. I don't think there was a GEAR 3. So those GEAR 1 and GEAR 2.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Dickie, related to those funds, could you help me understand where those funds are parked and are they invested in some way currently?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kinner, we only have budget authority to spend those funds. It's a reimbursement process that we follow with the federal government. So once we award funds to school districts, they can expend the funds and claim reimbursement from us, which generates an expenditure in our accounting, which then allows us to draw reimbursement from the federal government. So we don't receive a transfer of funds ahead of time that could be invested per se.
Okay, thank you.
And so and these funds are in addition to the grant processes that you just outlined. Correct?
Correct.
And so have you done the analysis of any of the ESSER two, ESSER three funds with, by still remaining in compliance with the maintenance of effort or maintenance of equity that we can use for any of the programs that are state dollars in your budget?
Mr. Chairman, to understand the question correctly, could you restate that?
Is there any mechanism or way for us offsetting some of our going on school foundation dollars or general fund dollars without impeding maintenance of effort or maintenance of equity in the budget that you present?
Mr. Chairman, we have not done an analysis.
Simple question, just confirming, Mr. Chairman, that you will be providing us a document that goes through those ESSER 1, 2, and 3 numbers that you just read to us a moment ago, as I was trying to keep up and got behind.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Walters, would be happy to.
Okay, any further questions? Any further questions? For 205 or 206? Going once? Superintendent? Okay. Okay, we're not quite done.
We're not quite done. We have a few more to go. There's at least one more unit with an exception request, and then the rest are
Okay,
standard
I'm
budget.
sorry.
We could group together.
I jumped ahead.
Okay, so unit 4503 on page 23, National Board Certification. This is our lump sum stipend payment of $4,000 to full-time teachers who hold the national certification. We have an exception request, part of number 2 of $1,250,000. That'll bring the funding up to what we're projecting we will need for the next biennium based on the most recent year payments earlier this year.
Chairman,
Please.
Trent, did we merely attempt or did we actually adjust that word certification to be that amount? It's $4,000 a year per board certified teacher, right? And then did we put a cap? Was that what it was? Tell me what that was.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Larson, there was a cap added during the 2019 session that limits the total number of payments to 15 for teachers who receive initial certification beginning this year, 2021. So grandfathering in teachers who held it before then, but it does cap payments at 15. So 2036, I guess we would start to see that cap impact the budget.
Just couldn't remember. Thank you.
Thank you. So when the explanation of the request says it's a decrease, but the number, my understanding was it was an increase.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, it is an increase of 1.25, but we have this is really a placeholder. We will receive our data for the current year, first week of January, and we'll be able to come back when we bring our elected letter for unit 4101 and 4103. We'll true this one up at the same time once we have the total claim amount for the current school year. That'll give us an idea if the little uptick that we saw last year in the number of teachers was due to the first year of the cap happening this year, or if it's a trend where we're going to see a higher number of claims each year. Yeah, it's a typo, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay, next is unit 4504, page 26. Standard budget for our CTE demo grants. This funding provides school districts, Wyoming community colleges, and high schools with business and grants for business and industry and career areas that meet Wyoming economic and workforce needs. $425,000 in the standard budget. Page 28, unit 4503, our distance ed grants. No positions in this unit. This unit supports our virtual 307 to facilitate and oversee virtual education programs across the state. It affords students in rural communities the opportunity to enroll in courses that they would not otherwise have been able to attend, and teachers are provided the opportunity to teach across the state. Standard budget is $340,000. Next is Unit 4601 on page 31, student assessment. This funding provides for our state's general assessment contracts and ACT. Standard budget is $5,440,799. And Unit 4608 is on page 33. This is our digital and virtual learning unit. Standard budget amount of 1.1 million. And the last one, Mr. Chairman, is Unit 4702. Our WISE implementation. This funding supports all of our data collection IT systems, including our state report manager, data collection suite, our WIN system, Pfizer registration ID system, and statewide learning management system. Mr. Chairman, we had just a brief presentation planned from our information management division director and information security officer. I think it'll take about 5 minutes. We can skip that since we're a little behind schedule if you'd like, or we can have them present. I believe they're on Zoom and ready to go.
I did a couple of questions I forgot to ask on page 23. That looks like it's a reimposition of a budget cut that we made in 2021. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So your priority number 2, National Board Certified Teachers. Yeah, so we were just talking about that. That was the budget cut in 2021. Don,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out the numbers.
So Mr. Chairman, I can walk you through it. So going into the 21-22 standard, the standard budget was $4,640,000. The legislature included a section 335 change that year that reduced the annual stipend amount to $3,000. The governor ultimately vetoed that language that changed the stipend amount, but the total reduction in the budget stayed. And so that's the first change there of $1,160,000. And then we also had the 15% school foundation program fund reduction in agency 205 from last session that reduced the budget by another $522,000. So that's how we went from 4.6 to 2.9, and this request to bring it back up to the amount that we would need for 2 years at the $4,000.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, would you like our 5-minute presentation from our IT folks, or do we want to skip that today? Okay.
We've got time.
Oh.
We have nothing but time.
Okay. Well, if staff could admit Ken Reynolds, our Information Management Division Director, and Aaron Patton, our Information Security Officer. They'll give you a quick update on security measures. We've heard a lot in the news lately about cyber attacks and ransom attacks, et cetera. This is something that we are keenly aware of, and we've been doing some work
Does that
for that.
includes what happened to Dickie's phone this morning?
I can't speak to that. Go ahead, gents.
Mr. Chair and Committee, I'm Ken Reynolds, Information Management Division Director, and co-presenting with me is Aaron Patton. My background has service in the Army National Guard as telecommunications specialist, 11 years as a telecom field engineer with AT&T, and 20 years as a technology director at 2 school districts, and almost 5 years with WDE as IM Division Director. I and my division teammates are committed to help our schools and districts, data stewards, and technology staff in any way we can. Thank you for this opportunity. The request from Chief Shaner of the directors to contribute to WDE's strategic plan was timely for the Information Management Division, as our Information Security Officer, Aaron Patton, and I were already engaged in conversations about WDE's security posture and how to best measure and improve. In fact, Aaron had already begun the process of an assessment to snapshot our baseline. Of course, with the strategy comes associated prescribed tactics to improve. In this presentation, Aaron will convey the components of the first step, the assessment, and the resulting task. Aaron?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Aaron Patton, and I'm the Information Security Officer and Data Security Application Supervisor here at the Wyoming Department of Education. Before joining the WDE, I was in the Air Force for 13 years. And after I got out of the Air Force, I earned a bachelor's in English education and then joined with WDE. During this time with WDE, I've had the opportunity to earn 4 cybersecurity certifications from 2 of the top cybersecurity training institutions, the SANS Institute and Offensive Security. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you the Wyoming Department of Education's data security initiatives. As cybersecurity attacks rise, it is even more critical now than ever before in history to implement defense in depth. And our goal is to assure the privacy and security of sensitive information entrusted to the WDE for the purposes of improving student outcomes. As Ken mentioned, I conducted a self-assessment of the WDE's data security posture and using the National Institute of Standards and Technology Cybersecurity Framework. During that assessment, I took a critical look at our security posture and conducted a gap analysis between where we are and where we would realistically like to be. In doing so, we identified 3 areas to focus our initiatives. The first being access control, which is the process of granting or denying access to specific applications, data, or information. The second, processes and procedures, which are a set of interrelated or interacting activities which transforms inputs into predictable outputs. And then finally, encryption and data integrity, where encryption is the cryptographic transformation of data to produce ciphertext, and data integrity is the property that data has not been altered in an unauthorized manner. We then identified several objectives inside of each specific area. Under access control, we identified 2 objectives: manage access permissions and authorizations while incorporating the principle of least privilege and separation of duties. Objective 2, assure authentication, whether it be single factor or multi-factor authentication, is commensurate with the risk of the transaction of the user's devices and or other assets. Under processes and procedures, we identified 4 different objectives. The first being create and maintain a baseline configuration of information technology systems, incorporating security principles such as the principle of least functionality. Objective 2 is to implement and maintain system development lifecycle to manage systems. Then develop policy and regulations regarding the physical operating environment for organizational assets. And finally, develop and implement a vulnerability management plan. Under the area of encryption and data integrity, we identified 3 objectives. The first being assure adequate capacity for availability and integrity is maintained. Second, use integrity checking mechanisms to verify software, firmware, and information integrity. And lastly, assure sensitive data is encrypted in transit and at rest. While it is important to stress that the Wyoming Department of Education has historically been proactive in defending the data that it has been entrusted with, it should also be stated that security has no end. It is a continuous and ever-evolving battleground that requires constant monitoring, assessing, research, and improvement. It has been our pleasure to collaborate with the Wyoming Department of Enterprise Technology Services in developing and implementing security measures, and we look forward to the continued partnership. I would like to note, however, that the responsibility to protect sensitive data cannot fall on the shoulders of a single entity or a small group of individuals, and must be considered, emphasized, and implemented at all levels. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think that wraps it up for us. Thank you for your time this morning. Happy to follow up with the information that was requested and answer any other questions.
Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask Mr. Patton, Mr. Reynolds, how their efforts on cybersecurity, which seems extremely important, fit in with what Enterprise Technology Services is doing on that same front, whether it's coordination on that issue or whether they're operating effectively separately on that issue.
Aaron, you want me to address that?
I got that. Since WD employs defense in depth, a concept used with multiple layers of security controls are placed throughout the information technology systems, the security tools provide an additional overlays or layered onion approach with ETS security at the core, and WD's initiatives adding measures to protect Wyoming students' personally identifiable information. So we collaborate with ETS regularly, and we meet with them on a regular basis as well.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Madam Superintendent, Dickey, appreciate your
thank
presence
you.
and times and staff. We know you just love it when you come in front of us, so we try to make your time here enjoyable.
We appreciate what you do.
Okay, folks, it's 11:52. I know that at least one senator has a 12:30 commitment. I'm inclined to go till 12:30 since we got a late start and run through school construction real quick. See if we can't cram it all in. Does that work with you? Sounds wonderful. Okay, let's do that. So we'll keep ticking till 12:30 or at least 12:25.
Perfect. Thanks, Jillian.
Members of the committee, State Construction Department is headed in. This is Agency 27, and you have already heard from them last week. Their presentation today will begin on page 20. Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is agency number 27. And they have made the bulk of their presentation relating to state construction last week. They're here to present the school facilities discussion, and I believe that begins on page 20 of agency and book 27.
Good. No worries. Glad to see you. All right. Please proceed. Who's going first?
Mr. Chairman, that's your prerogative, but Mr. Chairman, I was advised by LSO that the chairman or co-chairman typically come in and give a brief introductory overview of what we've submitted to the committee. And then of course, the department will take over from there. But certainly your prerogative, Mr. Chairman.
No, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of Joint Appropriations, appreciate your time today. I know you guys have got plenty of time, so I don't plan on spending a ton of time going over what we've submitted to you guys through the department and from the governor's office, or to the governor's office as well. I just want to hit a few key highlights. Mainly, these were mentioned also in the memorandum dating back on October 21st from the Select Committee to the Joint Appropriations Committee. The most important two pieces here is we did, as a committee, feel that there is a few pressing issues within the state when it comes to school facilities. And we submitted a budget that's about $38 million over what the School Facilities Commission had recommended to us. Those $38 million, there's a little bit of change in there as well, but the main core of that $38 million increase is in the form of two projects. One of which this committee has seen multiple times before, the other of which is a project that I'll go into a little bit more detail. The first one, Mr. Chairman, is $8.2 million for a Fremont County School District number 25 in Riverton for an auditorium to be built there. This is a situation in which this was one of the last schools that was purchased with local monies. And when they purchased and built this school, they did not have the funding available to put in the auditorium, and since have been requesting the state to basically build this auditorium for them. It has come before this committee as well as Select School Facilities. I believe at least two other times, and Representative Walters may be able to go into a little bit more depth with that as he was the previous chairman. And the second $30 million that we are looking at and we have brought forward to you is it's a complete sum of money to basically be put toward 10 Sleep School. This is a situation in which the committee heard plenty of testimony that if we go through, once they've done the design, we didn't want to stop the situation from the design and have to wait for a full nother session to come through and have us debate the politics of that all over again. And so we thought it would be in the best interest of not only the time of this committee and the select school facilities, but also the children and the community as well, to go ahead and allow that $30 million that we've asked for here and sent to you guys to be appropriated forward so they can roll right into construction and move straight forward. Mr. Chairman, that's the majority of what the select school facilities has sent forward to you. I'm sure you guys will have plenty of other in-depth questions that the department will go through. But if you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to take those.
Sure, Lana, just explain the need for expediting 10 Sleep.
Mr. Chairman?
Explain the need for expediting 10 Sleep and not just doing a level 1, level 2, and another.
Mr. Chairman, what we looked at there is multiple situations in which we felt, number one, the costs of goods are going up. And as the community up there has seen multiple times, as we continue to see inflation going across the full gamut of whether it's labor or materials, we felt it would be in best situation for the entire community to go forward and have that construction ready to go right away. We've also seen, I believe the original increase was 24 million, and the department can back me up on that, but I believe the first opportunity was 24 million, and it's now up to 28 million. The 30 million that we have submitted to you was also an additional buffer just to attempt to isolate out those increased costs. And we're trying to get this to where we know that the costs are not going down anytime soon. So we're attempting to get this going through without having to worry about cost of goods rising any further.
Chairman Brown, my recollection of this is this school was built in the 30s. It's been maintained extremely well as K-12 in 10 Sleep. It has moved up since we started the process of evaluating conditions and capacity. This has moved up several times on the list to be the next in line. Then we've changed conditions, but it's been bumped down several times. And perhaps the last two select committee on school facilities recognize that and have brought this forward in an effort to rectify that it keeps falling between the cracks. Is my recollection of that history accurate?
Mr. Chairman, I will go with the former chairman. He's shaking his head, and I'm also getting a lot of head shaking to my left, but Mr. Vice Chairman, that's exactly what I understand.
And Mr. Chairman, so it seems like both of these projects last year were not denied, but put in a position that they would be funded later. Is that Representative Walters? Can you remember how that went?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, the Riverton Auditorium was not denied, but it was rather the funding was shifted from state forms of funding to ARPA funding if available, not knowing what the guidelines on the capital construction portions of ARPA might be. Since we adjourned last year, it was learned that that project probably is not eligible. I've still been twisting arms to try and figure out a way to make it eligible, but it just fitting that square into a round hole just isn't happening no matter what. So that is the issue on the Riverton Auditorium. As to the 10 Sleep School, we've approved in the session last year to do the level 1 and level 2 work on this project. And due to the timing of when that RFP went out and the folks that are doing that work came back, it puts us out of synchronization with our general and supplemental sessions of the legislature. And so if we don't approve this funding now, it will basically delay us about 1.5 years because it will be out of sync. Ideally, we wouldn't need to this year. It would come back and be ready for the supplemental, but we're going to fall in between the budget and the supplemental when it's ready to move forward. And so, and then you have lag time for getting RFPs out and bids back, et cetera, et cetera. And so that is the reason that we would like to put that 10 Sleep School in here. It's a matter of timing to try and make sure we can capitalize on the best prices available and not have to wait for upcoming sessions to get this on the books and moving forward.
What was the cost of the level 1, level 2, and when did that report come out? You know?
I'd be going from memory, Mr. Chairman. I believe we did $1.5 million, but I'd ask the department to give us that. And the report is forthcoming first quarter of this next year, if I'm not mistaken. 2.5 was the amount on that level 1 and level 2.
Okay. Further questions for Chairman Brown?
Mr. Chairman, what
Go
was the
ahead.
answer? 2.5 million on the level?
2.5 of. What's the population, the student count, and how has that been changing over time at 10 Sleep the last 10 years? Do we know?
We'll have that for you in a moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
It's been stabilized, but we'll double check number right here. We'll let you know.
Okay, further questions? Seeing none for Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate it,
Chairman.
Landon. All right, moving along. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For some of you who have yet to meet, my name is Jerry Vincent, Director for the department. I'm in my 8th month. I have to my right Valerie Hughes, who is our school facilities administrator, who's in her 3rd month. And then, of course, Laura to my left, who's been with the department 2 years, but has been in budget about another 10 or 11 before that. Our full team rounds off with Suzanne Norton, our new construction management administrator, who you got to hear from last week. And then, of course, Mr. Mel Muldrow, who's in his last official meeting and retires out fully in 2 weeks from today. So we'll say goodbye to him.
We had a special chair set up for him, but
Yeah. He wanted one further back.
this one has shock seats.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
on that note, Mel, you've been before this committee a lot of times. And we'd just like to say thank you. We consider you an ally and a friend and appreciate all you've done for the state and all of your efforts to provide us the information, which has not always been convenient and which has not always been easy to get. And you've always been a scholar and a gentleman and have represented the state wonderfully. And so please accept this committee's sincere appreciation for the service you provided to the state.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we have a department overview, but I think in the interest of your time, if you would like, we can have Laura go start on page 20 and go through our budget. And then with any time that's left, we can give you an overview if you'd like to have that.
Okay, please proceed.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we'll start on page 17, which is our first unit, if that's appropriate.
Sure.
This is unit 1001. This is our state construction department operations. As we discussed in last week's hearing when we did the general fund side, this has both general fund and school foundation funding in it, school CapCon funding in it, and supports all of those positions like my own that serves both sides of the house. We have absolutely no exception requests and our budget in this unit is flat. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
No, I think we're good.
Moving along then to page 21. This is our SFD or School Facilities Division operations. These are the items and individuals that support strictly the School Facilities Commission and the school side of the house. We have, again, no exception requests and our budget is flat in this unit. Are there any questions there? Excellent. Moving along, we'll move to page 24. This is unit 1206. These following all of our exception requests will be school capital construction requests. I'll just state that now. This unit is for planning projects. Pursuant to statute, the School Facilities Commission has purview over a certain a pot of money, if you will, for planning projects. If they see a need, they can initiate a most cost-effective remedy or a Mercer study, as we call it. And they have a small amount of money in there. We're asking for $300,000 just to make sure that they have some funds in order to proceed with projects as they see fit. Are there any questions on that request?
Please proceed.
Moving along to page 26, these are our design projects. We only have one request in there, and this request actually will come in 3 parts. You'll see it in 2 additional units. This is for Little Powder Elementary School in Campbell County 1. The backstory with this project is that back in the day, in like 1971, I believe the district signed a lease and the district put a school, an elementary school, on leased land. That lease is going to expire on June 30th of 2026. So while we consider it an other budget consideration because it's not necessarily a true capacity need at the moment, when that lease expires, we will have a capacity problem. So we're trying to be proactive and bring that in front of you now. So in 2016, there was a Mercer study, a most cost-effective remedy initiated by the commission. In 2020, the commission approved buying lands, actually purchasing lands. And then now we are requesting for design, construction, and then demolition for that project to continue. So we will have a small elementary school for those students to attend. So the design request is $772,968. And again, you'll see the construction and demolition as we approach those units.
So the demolition was on the leased portion of the property?
Yes, part of the lease agreement that was originally signed in 1971 says that we are responsible for getting rid of the building that as it exists there and making sure it's all demoed.
Mr. Chair, we have regarding 10 Sleep current enrollment as per 2020 WDE data is 112 students, and they've been averaging 109 over the last 5 to 6 years.
Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Chairman, or should I move along?
I don't see any questions.
Excellent. Moving along to page 29. This next section is our construction projects. You'll see 2 projects in there. The first is under capacity. This is for $6 million for the Coyote Ridge Elementary School. This is an additional or a supplement to the amount that was approved last biennium. In looking at the current situation, the supply chain issues, as I'm sure you've heard about quite extensively, the commission found that they would not be able to complete the project on time and with the original budget and are asking for a supplemental budget of $6 million to complete that project.
What was the total cost of the project?
Mr. Chair, the apportionment was just under $22 million originally back in the day. The cost estimate was from the district around 28 million. We had an independent estimate done that was closer to 33. So we're taking a look at this select committee. There's 2.3 million that can be B11 through the governor. And then the select committee said that they'd want to see that money expended first before a possible 6 million. And of course, the district is aware and in the language of their bid contracts that if it's greater than the 8.3 million, then the project won't go forward unless the legislature decides to fund it in some other way.
So where is this project at? They started construction?
Sure. So 100% drawings were received a few weeks ago. They broke the work out the district did in contract 1, contract 2. The dirt work, they held bids. Not that you can learn a lot about escalation from dirt work because it's only maybe 3 months they're out there, but the earthwork budget was around $1.2 to $2 million and the bid came in at $799,000. So that's encouraging on the one hand. The district would like to go forward with bidding the buildings out, put it on the street by the end of this month. And then they like to hold a bid opening February 10th. And their thought was they would know those numbers at that time and be able, and before the legislature is out, so you would know exactly what the situation is with their bids.
So I'm curious why we're telegraphing the numbers before it goes out to bid.
Well, thank you. So first of all, I apologize. I was following with what the item is. But that money is not to be added to the budget. I guess that's the part that I apologize. It's supposed to be a set aside and not included in their budget is what the word of the select was. So it wouldn't do exactly what you're saying and what that thought was.
Unless they're listening in today.
That's what they're saying, but it's not to be added to the budget. It's supposed to be set aside so that we can make the bid whole if need be. I apologize.
Okay,
And Mr. Chairman, also the School Facilities Commission recommended that the original scope and design be maintained, that they would not be allowed to add anything to that, so that
Correct.
we're maintaining just what was approved previously.
okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
The next item on that page is the second part of the Campbell One Little Powder Elementary School. That's the 4.9 million for the construction phase of that project that we just discussed a minute ago. Moving along, Mr. Chairman, to page 32. These are our leases. The leases come in.
One minute. Senator Kinsky, what was the question?
She said that was the construction on Little Powder or something. What page was she on?
Senator Kinsky,
There
Mr.
it is.
Chairman,
I've got it. Got it. Page 30. Page 30. Thank you.
Okay. Go
are
ahead.
we okay? Moving along, we're on page 32 now with the leases. The leases come in two sections. The first is charter school leases, which per statute, we are required by statutory formula to provide for those leases for the charter schools. There are 3 of them in the state. The request there is just under 1.9 million for those charter school leases. And then if you move along to page 33, you'll see the modular leases.
So
Also,
on the charter school leases, and I know particularly the Potter Academy has kind of a little bit of a shaded past. So the question is, have we done a cost analysis on how long we want to provide, work down this path, or how long we're going to be obligated to it?
So, Mr. Chair, the commission and select committee both asked our department to look into the lease versus purchase, or how long until those are break even, if that's what you're referring to.
Right.
It was about a 15-year out before the leases versus the cost to build new would come in line with each other.
Okay, go ahead.
so Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 33, these are the modular leases. Also pursuant to statute, the department is required to provide temporary space. So there are 5 modular leases. They are all in Laramie County, and they are for just under $110,000 for the biennium. You'll see on that page, the top 2 are at one price and the bottom 3 at the other. My understanding is those are a size differential in the modulars.
Okay.
Our next request is on page 35. This is our contingency and unanticipated request. This is for a little over 1.5 million. We go through and figure out an inflationary factor based on the projects that we have in planning, design, construction, component, demolition. We work with the Economic Analysis Division over at A&I in order to come up with that factor. Understand that we had to do this about a year ago, or not quite a year, maybe 6 to 8 months ago, to get that factor, and we were advised to do a 6% increase. That's what's reflected in these numbers.
So is that still good advice, or is it?
That's up for debate.
This is your chance to speak, or forever hold your peace.
That's up for debate. It's, so much of the inflation cost is when these projects would actually occur and they take place. But that number has kept pace. On the construction side of the house, we're still seeing the 6 to 7% that the economic department has brought forth. On the school side, that's really where our first full project, Slade Elementary, was bid before COVID, but any change orders occurring during, and that's where Coyote Ridge is our first one. So we don't have a compass on that. It appears to be closer to 10 to 12%.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, so then, Jim, we've got, this is based on 6%, right? This contingency.
Yes, that's correct.
And then does this amount incorporate the select committee of Riverton and Tinsley?
No, sir, it does not. We had to calculate this and formulate our requests for the School Facilities Commission, which we had to have done in May. Select committee met in June, and then in July, and then in September, they finally added those projects. Our boat had sailed at that point. We had no opportunity to update those figures, so it does not include those.
And the inflation or the cost escalation on.
No, it does not
No.
include that either.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Representative Larson. So in the unanticipated money of that dollar amount that you have forward there, we are tracking the Riverton Auditorium project in there with a nominal amount. So it's listed, but it's also like 2 years old based on its inflation. But there is a number embedded in that 1.5 or into the amount that's unanticipated.
Yeah, and so then if you included those other two schools, where do you think we ought to be at? Or the Riverton project?
Yeah, you can let us know.
Yeah, just let us know.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, further questions? All right, please proceed.
Moving along to page 37, Mr. Chairman, this is our demolition projects. There are technically 4 projects. You'll see 2 boxes on the page. The first 3 are our demolition projects that were identified. We go through facility planning with the school districts and identify needs of the school districts and also identify possible excess square footage within those school districts that can be demolished. The first project is in Goshen County. It is a tech building at Torrington High School. It was built in 1964. And there's a lot of asbestos in the floor tiles and the walls. They aren't really using that portion of the building. It's a small building, as I understand it, between the actual school and the track. It's used primarily just for storage because of the issues that they've had with that building. They're asking to demolish that and note that the high school is only at 71% capacity, so demolishing that building would not affect their capacity in the building in any way. Moving along to the next project, that's in Laramie 1. It's Frontier Learning Center. This would be demolishing the building it was purchased in May of 2020. It's about 11,000, just under 12,000 square feet, built in 1973. The district had planned to use the facility with a limited remodel, and then eventually it's down by Cole Elementary School. Eventually they were going to, the long-term plan would be to demolish Cole and then use both properties to build a new elementary school in there. Thus, they were going to just remodel the Frontier Learning Facility and try and house something in there. But when they got into it, they had a limited remodel budget. And then they started looking at all the codes and everything that it would cost to bring it up to code and decided it would just be more cost effective in their estimation to go ahead and demolish the building. So that's what that request is for. The third item on the list is for the Tonkin Activity Center, or the TAC building, which is in Riverton. There was a Mercer study done back in 2017 that identified this building to be demolished. It would reduce over 65,000 excess square feet out of a district that has over 206,000 excess square feet in their district. The reason why this project on your list, you'll notice, is a little bit higher than the others is there's a large amount of hazardous material in that building. And there are tipping fees and additional costs in demolishing a building with those hazardous materials.
It's more than a little bit more than the others.
Trying not to get too specific with our numbers here today, but yes, it's more than a little bit.
What's the hurry to take downtown? I mean, how to get on the priority list or on this list?
It was identified through the school facility planning process. It's been on it's actually been discussed for the past, at least since I've been around, probably the last 5 or 6 years. I've been monitoring this agency's budget even before I worked here. And they just would they keep trying to get that project put together because they want to eliminate those excess square feet, because then they don't have to spend major maintenance money to maintaining it. They can put it towards that money towards the buildings that they really truly need to maintain, sir.
That looks to me like they're not maintaining it now.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They are doing a very minimal amount of maintenance on it just to keep it from being a true hazard to the community and things like that. But as the good presenter just stated, they would like to get that excess square footage off of their books. We had a colleague on this committee a few years ago that actually delayed this demolition with the hope of trying to relocate some state agencies into that space and renovate some of that space. That did not come to fruition.
That was my next question.
Renovation of that space was going to be more costly than just finding new space within that community for that of a move. The biggest issue is it's tied to there is another portion of this old school that is currently used for lease space, and so that demolition, if I remember correctly, also upgrades some of the HVAC system that's housed in the old building to move it into the new building, or the building that's being saved. And so all of that is taking place within this dollar amount.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Moving along, Mr. Chairman, on page 37, you also see that second box towards the bottom of the page. That is the third part of the Little Powder Elementary School, which would be the demolition. And pursuant to what we just discussed, we're required to demolish the building that's currently on that leased land as we exit the lease.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Because I have forgotten, just flat forgotten, how much of that school, of this Little Powder School is modular and how much is brick and mortar? If you could recall.
Yeah, so I visited, Mr. Chair and Representative Walters, I visited this school personally. There's 3 double wide classroom areas. So of the existing 14,000 some square feet, I would say maybe 4,000 of it, I think would break out to be about 10 and about 4,000. 10 permanent, 4,000 modular.
So then that's for a population of 40 students?
As a Mercer study for 40, the population, last year's WDE approved data is 23, but 2 years ago they were at 36. And so the last 5 years, they've been somewhere between 25 and 30 students have been out there each year.
And that's 1 through 12. 1 through 12?
That's correct. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's a K-8. I'm sorry. Got ahead of myself.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Director, was there discussions with the leaseholder about the desire to have the well that the state has drilled and provided for this school left intact for them to use for their cattle operation?
Mr. Chair, Representative Walters, the landowner would desire to have that well left intact for him after we vacate the site. I don't know where those conversations are right now. We've heard that through the school district, but we haven't rendered an opinion. I believe it was back in June when I first met you. It was like, can that well be taken, or at least the top captain? Can we pull that over and reuse it on the new site? And that's being looked into right now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Moving along to page 40. Mr. Chairman, is our land purchases or our land opportunity fund. This fund exists so that the commission has resources in order to buy, for instance, adjacent property to schools, to right size them. Let's say there's a property that comes for sale that's right next to the parking lot. They need additional parking space. They then would try and purchase the land. We are asking for the dollar amount here because that is exactly what we spent this last biennium. We're just trying to bring that, replenish the funds that were spent this biennium.
And what's the balance you're trying to get that you had?
$750,000, sir.
So you spent 618.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Moving along to page 42, this is unit 1411. This are the component projects. So in between full-blown capital construction projects and things that are much larger major maintenance projects are component projects. They are not statutorily required. However, they have been historically requested and approved by the legislature. I believe back in maybe the mid to early 2000s, they were called minor capital, and then that was done away with. And then this component project request list was initiated. They are requested by the districts. They are ranked by the districts. There is a committee of 12 that consists of a facility planner, a budget, a business manager, and a superintendent from each of the 4 quadrants in the state. And they go through and rank those projects. We present that project list to the School Facilities Commission, who then goes down the list and takes a look at it and decides at what point they would like to make the request. So the School Facilities Commission requested through Project 11, which is just under $21 million here. When we presented to the Select Committee wanted to round that number up to a $21 million even, with the caveat that we could go down the list. Maybe I think it was 2 or 3 more projects than what you're seeing here. And the JEC and the legislature have done that before where they give us a dollar amount and then tell us, get as many projects done on the list as you possibly can for that dollar amount. So for instance, if the first project on the list comes in less, we keep rolling that money downhill to accomplish as much money and get as big a bang for the buck as we can for the state.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Excellent. And Mr. Chairman, we'll move to page 45. This is the major maintenance request. The current standard budget for major maintenance for the school district is about $153 million even. We've gone through and taken a look at the figures. Again, we requested this. We had to put together our request in like May of last year in order to prepare it for the select committee that was meeting on June 3rd. So our request is $5.6 million. And I believe, actually, I know that the LSO continuously works on those figures, and it's fairly standard for them to provide you updated information at this point because we're a good 6 or 8 months past from when we have made the request, but that's how we calculated our figures pursuant to statute.
Go ahead.
Director, we talked a little bit, Representative Walters and I've talked a little bit, and I know that this component part of these requests is of our own making. We created that, but it's still wonky in my book because all of the components are really major maintenance themed. And so have you had any thoughts on how we might approach that in the future? Or, and I don't need a definitive ever, but as you know, with your experience over the last number of years and a substantial portion of that being in school districts, does this look a little different than perhaps what you've seen in other places?
Representative Nicholas, Mr. Chair, Representative Larson, it's very different than what I've seen it in the past. I was having difficulty when I first took a look at it because the naming of the projects and component were very similar to the ones that were in major maintenance. I was asking what the difference between the two was. And major maintenance, when qualifies, money is doled out quarterly, whether it's spent or not. Where these projects come to, they're funded at one time in whole. There is, like what Laura mentioned, the school group that does review and put them there. But my past experience, and if you equated it to, I don't know how this numbers would work out, we'd have to look at it. Districts are probably all, frightened right now. But my past experience is to be like programs where you take the major maintenance for the schools and make it 2.56 instead of 2.0 and align it with the state side. We could at least do that exercise and see what that looks like, because it's interesting how it's pulled out, and I'm having difficulty understanding.
So we're actually going to align the 2.56 with the school districts for 2. But the question is, because our experience is there are agencies who use their major maintenance for other things. And then they come up, and when you come back and you ask for a roof,
yes,
had you been saving your money in a major maintenance,
yes,
keeping it in that pool and not letting it go anyplace else,
yes,
there may be a pool that you can pay for your own roof. And so I'm just trying to think of a mechanism that you might see that might work better on how we ensure that the dollars go where they're supposed to go and they remain where they're supposed to.
Well, and it might not be the panacea that fixes all, but I think that if we explored bringing to school major maintenance up to the same 2.56 and then did away with the component project funding, we could see how level and how balanced that looks.
Sure. So a little bit of difference there. Those of us working with you, we see the state building side, the Capitol and all of those. And there's this fund in there for major maintenance, and you help those agencies or those buildings determine what they're going to do there. And on the school side, there's just a little bit different mechanism for doing that. And so when you build a new school, you would assume that roof would be good for X number of years. The HVAC would be good for each number of years, and you would start saving in anticipation on year X that you would have enough money to save to replace that that roof or whatever. But if I understand correctly, we really don't have a system or anything in place to help the schools prepare, or where, and maybe we're limited in statutorily on what they can rat hole for major maintenance to be ready for those days. So am I seeing that right? Or Valerie, maybe you can help us there. What's your thoughts? Got to get you in here someplace. No, make her talk.
Mr. Chair, Representative Larson, there, the three is, since you asked the question, you know, we're just component and it's embedded. When we're looking at a new assessment window, FCI scores combined with major maintenance, looking at component, those are the three things I'd like to start the new year off and see how they intertwine or how they pull apart with one another. And I'm just, the component system to me, and forgive me, and on the school district end, it looked like we forgot to put money aside correctly, and now we need 100% chunk right now, other than the districts who are small and can't afford it. So I would be willing to take a look at that if that's what the JAC Commission and Select would like us to do.
So, Mr. Chairman, could we make that request to see if they could, and maybe kind of provide, I think, are we now the committee, the standing committee for Department of Construction? Who do they go to? It should be us. It was, we want, maybe they could kind of nurse us along on this conversation and see if we can't somehow improve how we do that.
Sounds good to me. Okay. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to touch on two items. One, the Select Committee on School Facilities is the committee that reports, or that the State Construction Department School Facilities Division reports to in the School Facilities Commission. So on the state CapCon side, I think the Joint Appropriations Committee is the home committee.
But the Select Committee on school side, do they report to anybody else other than us? Probably not a bad idea. Though.
Mr. Chairman, the recommendations go to this committee and the governor. Ms. Anderson also indicated that LSO updates you on this number. We submitted our updated major maintenance estimate for the biennium back to the department last week on Department of Education's new enrollment numbers, which impacts our estimate. We have not verified with them on what their estimates are. I would anticipate a governor's letter to modify their request. That's traditionally what happens. It looks like it'll be a little bit higher than what's been submitted, but we'll get confirmation once they are able to verify our numbers.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, there are only 2 units left. The first one is our engineering and technical unit, which we discussed during executive session last week, so we won't be presenting. And the last one is entirely state funded, which we also discussed last week. So that would be the end of our presentation, unless you have questions.
Okay. Wonderful. Any further questions for Jerry? We ought to grind him a little bit since we missed him last year, and this is last time. This is his first opportunity. We can't let Valerie get come on. Just doesn't seem fair. You get off so easy.
So give us your opinion of where we're at, Valerie, on school major maintenance. You've had a chance in 90 days to dip your toes in the water. What do you see the biggest challenges for the state in addressing major maintenance in these new schools? I mean, you're fresh eyes, and we'd appreciate knowing what you think.
Is it fair to say, apologies, Chairman, Representative Larson,
Bring that closer, get friendly with the mic.
is it fair to say it's still under evaluation?
Sure, absolutely. But we would like an initial opinion.
Where did you come from?
Sorry. Chairman, I am coming from working for the University of California in San Diego. Spent all my life in San Diego. So first time leaving the state, and happy to be here in Wyoming.
Well, we'll let you hold out your opinion on that as well. Thank you. We appreciate it. Perfect timing. We now stand in recess till 1:30. So anything else? Anybody, any further questions for Jerry? All right, seeing none. Don, before we recess, anything we need to run through?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
We've
Depending
notified
on your
folks,
choice.
we've notified folks we'll be back at 12:30.
1:30,
I'm at 1:30. I mean, yeah.
we can do so.
Okay, anything else? Okay, we will stand in recess.